Chapter 2984. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Greybone lays probing, Zhuo Fengtai had originally forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart, but after hearing Yi Xian's provocative words, the monstrous anger that had just been suppressed surged again in the blink of an eye. He glared at Yi Xian and was about to explode. At this moment, a hearty laugh suddenly resounded in the void. The high priest, Greybone Lei, had arrived. Ha ha ha, Zhang Wuji, you're able to obtain a spiritual power skill inheritance the first time you enter the forbidden land of the demonic saint tribe. You've finally allowed our Black Mosquito tribe to rise again. From now on, our Black Mosquito tribe is no longer the weakest tribe among the 10 great demon tribes. Instead, we've become a top tribe that can compete with the leader, the Black Nightmare tribe. Along with the hearty laughter, the high priest's figure quietly appeared. He quietly stood in the middle of the confrontation between the Black Mosquito tribe's grand commanders Zhuo Fengtai and Yi Xian. In addition, when he arrived, he had a rather subtle grasp of the situation. All of this was clearly done on purpose, causing the eyes of Grand Commander Zhuo Fengtai, who was about to explode, to flash with a bright light. A strong sense of dissatisfaction and unwillingness quietly flashed through his eyes. But even so, with the arrival of the high priest Huigu Lei, the monstrous anger in Zhuo Fengtai's heart was suppressed again in the end. Although Huigu's cultivation base was only at the origin stage first stage, he was the great priest of a large demon tribe, so he was far better than Zhuo Fengtai, who was the tribe's great commander, in terms of using his mental power skills. Therefore, even though Zhuo Fengtai's cultivation base was at the origin stage fourth stage, the weaker Huigul had a better chance of winning if they were to fight. Moreover, Huigu Lu had an extraordinary relationship with the high priest of the imperial city, Wen Xingshang, who had become one of the greatest existences in the demon race. Back when Wen Xingshang was still the high priest of the Black Mosquito tribe, Huigu Lu had been the holy son of the tribe that he had nurtured with all his might. Although they weren't master and disciple, there wasn't much of a difference. Therefore, Zhuo Fengtai did not dare to offend Greybone Lei openly. After all, although the Zhuo clan had a backer in the imperial city, he was just an ordinary person in the imperial court. In the entire imperial city, he could not be compared to High Priest Wen Xing, who was popular in front of the Demon King Mo1. After considering all this, as the Grand Commander of the Black Mosquito tribe, in the end, Zhuo Fengtai suppressed his anger. Was the Grand Commander of Black Mosquito tribe? Of course, the most important reason was that he felt that he would have a chance to deal with Yi Xian in the future. At the same time, he did not know that his only son, Zhuo Licheng, and his younger brother, Zhuo Hongwu, had been killed by Yi Xian on their way back to the Black Mosquito tribe. Otherwise, no matter how much Zhuo Fengtai feared High Priest Greybone Lei, he would have been enraged and attacked. You flatter me, High Priest. I was just a little lucky. At this moment, Yi Xian sighed in his heart when he saw that Grand Commander Zhuo Fengtai was actually suppressing his anger. He did not want to see this scene. Compared to lying low and facing a crisis that could erupt at any time in the future, he would rather face it now. At least, he could take this opportunity to force High Priest Greybone Lei to make a stand. However, no matter how unwilling Yi Xian was, he could not continue to provoke Zhuo Fengtai. Once he did so, not only Zhuo Fengtai, but even High Priest Greybone Lei would be suspicious. He was just a Meteor Realm nobody who had just been appointed as the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son. He should not have such courage and background. If he really did so, anyone would be suspicious of Yi Xian's motives. I didn't expect you to have such an opportunity. This void-swallowing beast is at least at the origin fourth order. It is already a supreme existence that is not weaker than Commander Zhuo. I'm afraid even this priest can't defeat it. Such an existence can actually hit it off with you and willingly follow you. It is really amazing. Personal luck is really mysterious and extraordinary. With Greybone Lei's level 5 source core and his background as the high priest of a large tribe, he could naturally see that the 8-star royal ladle under Yi Xian's feet was not like an ordinary demon's pet beast. Instead, he had branded it with a spiritual imprint and used it to forcibly control it. Therefore, these words were not just out of courtesy. They came from the bottom of his heart. Yi Xian even saw a flash of envy in Greybone Lei's eyes. It was obvious that Yi Xian was able to rely on his own luck to obtain such a powerful void-swallowing beast to follow him. Even the cunning high priest of the Black Mosquito tribe, Greyskull, couldn't help but sigh in admiration. In addition to that, what triggered even more was his eagerness for Yi Xian's secret mission to the Demon Emperor planet. Since this kid could deceive such a powerful mid-stage origin-level void-swallowing beast, he should have a way to deal with the extremely cunning innate spirit rabbit in the Demon Saint Forbidden Land. With this thought in mind, Greybone Lei could not hold back anymore. He did not even care that Grand Commanders Wu Fengtai had just turned around and left. If he had, he would have heard the conversation between the two. Greybone Lei's eyes flashed and he immediately asked Yi Xian, "Little friend Wuji, the matter this high priest entrusted to you that day, may I ask?" "High priest, are you talking about that clever dead rabbit?" Yi Xian sneered in his heart, but he did not show it on his face. When this matter was mentioned, it was as if the hatred in his heart had been aroused. A look of indignation appeared on his face as he said hatefully, "That damn rabbit is too clever. It played tricks on me several times. Unfortunately, I couldn't catch it in the end. Otherwise, would have skinned it alive." This result made Greybone Lei very disappointed. He was so disappointed that he even lost his composure and exclaimed softly. However, he quickly reacted. His eyes flashed, but he did not dwell on this matter. Instead, he waved his hand and withdrew the two spiritual imprints that he had injected into Yi Xian's body. Then, with a flash of his body, he flew toward the tribe's ancestral temple at the end of the Black Mosquito City. His figure had already disappeared, but his figure was still lingering. "In 3 days, I'll hold a ceremony for you to become the new holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe. In addition, during these 3 days, you can stay in the side hall of the Holy Sun in the outer courtyard of the ancestral temple. However, if there's nothing else, it's best to use these 3 days to cultivate diligently. Don't go out and leave the Black Mosquito Star if there's nothing else. The High Priest of the Imperial City, Wen Xing, is very worried about you. He specially told me to supervise you diligently. As the holy son of a large tribe, your cultivation is only at the meteor realm. It's really too weak." Chapter 2985. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio exposing the truth. No wonder both Wu Fengtai and High Priest Huegu Lu seemed to know who the Black Mosquito tribe holy son was when he had just arrived on the Black Mosquito Star. It turned out that the Devil Emperor planet had sent a message to the Black Mosquito Star's lower star network through the star's superior star network. Moreover, this message was most likely from the High Priest of the Imperial City, Wen Xing. In the message, besides announcing the fact that Yi Xian was the new holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe, he even specifically instructed Huegu Lu, the high priest of the Black Mosquito tribe, to diligently urge him to concentrate on his cultivation and not leave the Black Mosquito Star. Wen Xing had mentioned this in front of Yi Xian that day. At that time, he had not thought much about it, but now it seemed that these words had a deeper meaning. Otherwise, with Wen Xing's prominent status as the high priest of the imperial city, why would he be so concerned about a newly promoted holy son of a small tribe? If he was not mistaken, the so-called diligent urging to concentrate on his cultivation was a lie. His real intention was not to leave the Black Mosquito Star. It seemed that everything he had done in the Saint Devil Forbidden area was still unable to fool him in the end. Although Wen Xing didn't investigate further that day, it was obvious that he was certain that Yi Xian wouldn't be able to escape from his grasp. When he turned around, he was in the mood to deal with him at any time and carefully investigate the inside story. Huegu Lu, the high priest of the Black Mosquito tribe, had more or less guessed this. Therefore, when Wen Xing deliberately mentioned this before he left, it was obvious that he wanted to knock some sense into Yi Xian. His purpose was to force Yi Xian to report the truth about the spirit rabbit, so as to seek his protection. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's heart sank, but a faint sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Both Wen Xing and Huigu Lu might have thought that they could easily control him, but how could they know that even when they were trapped in the Devil Emperor city that day, Yi Xian was not completely powerless to resist. He just did not want to reveal some of his tricks so easily. Now that they had left the Demon Imperial City and returned to the Black Mosquito Star, the main planet of the Black Mosquito tribe, Yi Xian had no reason to be afraid of them. Without the threat of the few Grotto Heaven Realm supreme existences from the Imperial family, even if High Priest Wen Xing of the Imperial City personally came, he was only a Grotto Heaven Realm supreme existence. If he forced Yi Xian into a corner, they could just break up. If he really wanted to shed all pretense of cordiality, he was completely confident that he could slaughter all the devil dwellers present and then calmly leave. At that time, although the news would definitely be leaked, in the Demon Imperial City, they would at most know that Yi Xian had the ability to kill a supreme existence in the Heavenly Passage realm. However, they definitely didn't know what this ability was. In that case, even if it was Yi Xian, it would not matter. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately calmed down. He lowered his head and glanced at the countless devil dwellers in the Black Mosquito City below, who were looking up with burning desire in their eyes. He smiled faintly and put the 8-star royal ladle into the Dongshu shuttle. Then, after putting the Dongshu shuttle into his body, he led Hao Fangfang and the wretched mosquito butcher toward the tribe's ancestral temple in the depths of the Star Mosquito City in front of the city. Among the 10 foreign tribes of the Black Mosquito tribe, there was a demon ancestral temple on the main planet of each tribe, just like the Demon Imperial City. The high priest of each tribe was the master of the ancestral temple, and the holy son of the tribe was equivalent to the successor cultivated by the high priest. In the ancestral temple, he was equivalent to the young master. As the future high priest, the holy son of the tribe had an unshirkable share of the specific daily affairs of the entire tribe's ancestral temple. Of course, the high priest would not casually hand over the core affairs to the holy son. Generally speaking, the holy son was only responsible for the daily chores of the ancestral temple. Therefore, the holy son's living quarters were basically in the outer hall of the tribe's ancestral temple. To put it bluntly, his authority was equivalent to that of the general manager of the entire ancestral temple. When Yi Xian led Hao Fangfang and the wretched mosquito butcher down from the sky, there were already many ordinary priests waiting respectfully in the outer hall of the ancestral temple. These demon dwellers were priests, but in fact, they were just doing the daily chores of the tribe's ancestral temple. The ancestral temple of the demon dwellers was originally just a formality. The so-called demon emperor himself was far from a godlike existence in the universe. How much meaning could this so-called demon dweller's ancestral temple have to offer sacrifices to a godlike existence? After entering the side hall of the Holy Sun, an elderly demon dweller priest who should be the most senior among the priests of the ancestral temple led Yi Xian's group around the huge side hall like a guide. Then, he carefully explained that as the holy son of the tribe, Yi Xian should share the daily chores of the ancestral temple and handed over a few thick account books. Yi Xian was not interested in this at all, but the wretched mosquito butcher behind him immediately took it with a smile. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. He immediately raised his hand and pointed at the wretched mosquito butcher. He said in a low voice, "This is Mosquito Butcher. All my affairs, big and small, have always been handled by him. In the future, such mundane affairs will be handed over to him." With that, he ignored the elderly priest's shocked reaction and turned to enter the main hall of the Holy Sun's courtyard. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. It was now the 3rd evening of Yi Xian's return to the Black Mosquito main planet. The Black Mosquito tribe's new Holy Sun ceremony would be held at noon tomorrow. At that time, all the leaders of the Black Mosquito tribe's other 9 demon dweller planets would be present to observe the Holy Sun ceremony. In the past 2 days, the entire Black Mosquito main planet was bustling with noise and celebration. The Star Mosquito main city was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. After all, the new holy son of the tribe had successfully inherited a certain spiritual power skill when he entered the Saint Devil Forbidden Land for the first time. Even among the top 10 demon dweller tribes, he was one of the best. Most of the demon dwellers in the Black Mosquito tribe were very happy because of this. As a celebration, it was necessary to have a grand appearance. However, under the surface of the celebration, the entire Black Mosquito main city was in turmoil. Whether it was High Priest Huegu Lu or Great Commanders Wu Fengtai, they did not show up in the past 2 days, nor did they summon Yi Xian, who was about to become the tribe's holy son. Everything seemed to be calm and peaceful. Even Yi Xian felt that he was about to successfully ascend to the position of the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son. However, on the evening before the Holy Sun ceremony, a shocking roar suddenly came from the Great Commander's official residence in the Black Mosquito main city without warning. It was Great Commander's Wu Fengtai's voice. "You brat, Zhang Wuji, I was almost fooled by you. You're clearly courting death." Roar. The furious roar shook the entire Black Mosquito main city. Following that, a murderous figure rushed out of the Great Commander's official residence and soared into the sky toward the ancestral temple. Chapter 2986. The real crisis. The past 2 days seemed peaceful, as if nothing had happened. But in reality, both Wu Fengtai and High Priest Huegu Lei were secretly making some moves. The latter was investigating Yi Xian's background. Following his identity as the chosen child of the Black Mountain Star, he had investigated all the way to the main city of Black Mountain. Wu Fengtai, on the other hand, did not make any unusual movements on the first day. Only the resentment in his heart could not be quelled. But as the day passed and the Black Mosquito tribe experts who were originally stationed on the ferocious Mosquito Bastion under Zhuo Licheng and Zhuo Honghuang still had not returned, Wu Fengtai finally felt that something was amiss and began to investigate. He had personally given the battleship to Zhuo Hongwu. This battleship was part of his personal collection, so no one knew better than Zhuo Fengtai about its performance. In his opinion, even if Zhuo Licheng and Zhuo Hongwu left the Demon Emperor planet later than Yi Xian and set off on their return journey, they definitely wouldn't be delayed for an entire day and still not arrive. Anxious and suspicious, Zhuo Fengtai immediately used his connections to contact the other 9 demon tribes, especially those that the Black Mosquito tribe had to pass through on their way back from the demonic Emperor planet. So, from that night onwards, the other 9 demon tribes more or less sent out some demon tribe warriors to search for the whereabouts of the bountiful Teng. For the entire day, Zhuo Fengtai had been anxiously waiting for the news. Until just now, a small team of demon dwellers finally found part of the wreckage of the bountiful Teng battleship in the void. This was enough to confirm that Zhuo Licheng and Zhuo Hongwu had met with misfortune and had died. When the news came, Zhuo Fengtai immediately went berserk. He roared crazily and rushed out of the Black Mosquito City's commander's residence. He went straight to the side hall of the chosen child in the ancestral temple where Yi Xian was. As a 4th-level Origin Realm warrior, Zhuo Fengtai's mighty power was almost earth-shattering. Behind him, countless demon tribe warriors in the Black Mosquito City raised their heads and looked at him in horror. "Bastard Zhang Wuji, how dare you murder my son Licheng and my brother Hongwu? Today, I will crush your bones and scatter your ashes." Rumble. At this moment, Zhuo Fengtai's entire body was covered by a boundless and surging airflow. However, in the sky, there was a gigantic claw print that was like a mountain range. It carried a rumbling sound as it clenched its fist. This was clearly the rhythm of wanting to capture Yi Xian and slowly torture him when they returned. "Commander Zhuo, if you want to accuse me of something, you can always accuse me. If you think that I took away your son Zhuo Licheng's position as the Black Mosquito Holy Son, you can just say so. Don't you think it's beneath your dignity to accuse me like this?" At this moment, Yi Xian had already walked out of the courtyard of the Holy Sun's side hall. He stood on the peak outside the courtyard and slightly raised his head to look over. His expression was neither shocked nor panicked, and his tone was neither servile nor overbearing. However, the words that came out of his mouth were extremely clear, so clear that almost all of the countless devil cultivator experts in the Black Mosquito City heard it clearly. Behind him, the wretched mosquito butcher and Hao Fangfang stood on each side. No one knew what they were thinking. The former's eyes were shining with a crafty light, while the latter was frowning and looking at Yi Xian with a thoughtful expression. From time to time, she would glance at Yi Xian. "You still dare to be stubborn when you're about to die, ha ha ha. No matter, this commander has plenty of methods to make you confess." In the face of Yi Xian's rebuke, Zhuo Fengtai, who was floating in the sky, was so angry that he laughed. During this time, the huge palm print that was rumbling from the sky did not stop for a moment. In the blink of an eye, it had already pressed down more than half of the palm print. After a while, it would arrive with a loud bang. But until this time, the high priest Huigu Lei still did not appear. Yi Xian sneered in his heart. With a wave of his hand, he had already cast the Dongshu shuttle and suspended it in the air in front of him. Screech! In the next moment, along with a scream full of violent hostility, a huge black figure had already rushed out from the Dongshu shuttle. It was the 8-star royal ladle that was more than 100 feet in size and was not inferior to the huge palm print that was pressing down from the sky. As soon as it appeared, it was wrapped in endless power and rushed into the sky, colliding head-on with the huge palm that was pressing down from the sky. Boom! Screech! A thunderous explosion rang out in the next instant, and the huge palm print was knocked away by the 8-star royal ladle without any suspense, dispersing in the air. Then, the 8-star royal ladle did not reduce its speed. It let out a second screech and rushed toward the Black Mosquito tribe's great commanders Zhuo Fengtai in the sky again without delay. This was clearly the rhythm of being stirred up and wanting to fight fiercely. Enough! Do you think the current situation is not chaotic enough? At this moment, in the Black Mosquito tribe's ancestral temple behind him, the high priest Huigu Lei finally arrived in the sky. As soon as he arrived, he shouted and then lowered his head to look at Yi Xian standing on the side of the peak below. "Zhang Wuji, call back this origin void-swallowing beast. I promise that this matter will end here. Before the arrival of the high priest of the imperial city, no one will mention this matter again." After saying that, seeing Yi Xian frowning and waving his hand toward the sky, Huigu Lei turned his head to look at Zhuo Fengtai in the sky and said in a deep voice, "I just learned about this matter after receiving the secret message from High Priest Wenxing. Now I can confirm that Zhuo Licheng and Zhuo Hongwu are indeed dead. However, the person who attacked them is definitely not Zhang Wuji, but the scout fortress of the Black Mosquito ship in the front line of the demon army. Before the Fengting ship was destroyed, it sent a distress signal to the demon imperial planet, clearly indicating this point. There is no doubt that the demon army in the front line of the third universe must be in big trouble. Let's not talk about the other scout fortresses for now, but the Black Mosquito ship must have fallen into the hands of the human tribe, and the other party must have successfully sneaked into the demon star area. You and I can't escape the responsibility of this matter. On the demon imperial planet, the demon imperial guard commander Chanas has led the army here. When the time comes, the army will be divided into two groups. One group will thoroughly investigate the entire Black Mosquito tribe and the surrounding star areas, while the other group will directly enter the universe wormhole and head to the front line of the third universe to investigate the incident of the demon army. The high priest of the imperial city, Wenxing, is also with this army. He will arrive at the Black Mosquito star in a few days. You and I, as the high priest and the great commander of the Black Mosquito tribe, had better think of a plan quickly. What? The Black Mosquito ship did it? How is this possible? When these words came out, even Zhuo Fengtai, the great commander of the Black Mosquito tribe in the sky, was completely shocked and exclaimed softly. Chapter 2987. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin in for a penny, in for a pound. When the high priest Huigu Lei personally spoke about the shocking change in the Black Mosquito Scout Fortress, he did not deliberately avoid anything. Therefore, when his voice was loud and clear, almost all the demon dwellers in the Black Mosquito City in the distance heard it. The entire Black Mosquito City was in an uproar, and the news would spread out as fast as possible. It wouldn't be long before all the 10 demon dwellers' planets in the Black Mosquito tribe knew about it. A storm that would sweep across the entire Black Mosquito tribe and even the entire demon dwellers' tribe was coming. Although the terrible news brought by the high priest Hue Gulei was shocking, the effect it had in some ways made people speechless. It was precisely because of this shocking and unexpected arrival that Grand Commander's Wu Fengtai's suspicions towards Yi Xian disappeared in an instant. He coldly glanced at him before leaving with the high priest. It was obvious that they were secretly discussing how to deal with this matter. At the very least, from the looks of it, the two of them hadn't cast suspicious gazes on Yi Xian for the time being. After confirming this, Yi Xian's heart calmed down slightly. After putting away the 8-star King Ladle and the Dongshu shuttle, he turned around and walked back to the Holy Sun's side hall behind him. He sat alone in a secluded room, and as his mind raced, he began to quickly think of a way to deal with it. Judging from Hue Guliai's words and reaction just now, although the Fengting ship had sent a distress signal to the Demon Emperor planet and even mentioned the Black Mosquito Scout Fortress, there shouldn't be any mention of Yi Xian's appearance in the distress signal. It was probably because it was too hasty. This was really lucky. Otherwise, the crisis that Yi Xian was facing at this moment would be much more severe. However, even though Yi Xian hadn't been exposed yet, since the Black Mosquito's whereabouts had been leaked, and the demon army from the Demon Emperor planet had set off, it wouldn't be long before they entered the graveyard domain through the natural wormhole that connected to the third realm of the universe. When that time came, everything would be exposed. Once the information was sent back, the entire demon domain would start a thorough investigation. Sooner or later, the investigation would eventually lead back to Yi Xian. After all, his appearance was too abrupt. Everything before this could not be investigated, so it was hard not to arouse suspicion. Faced with such a situation, he had only two choices. One was to leave the Black Mosquito Star immediately before the army of the Devil Imperial Star arrived. He would rush to the wormhole and leave the Devil Star area as soon as possible. He would return to the third universe controlled by the human tribe. However, if that was the case, his original plan to search for the devouring origin in the Devil Domain and even the vast first universe outside the Devil Domain would be completely ruined. Moreover, in the short term, there was no possibility of this plan being carried out. After all, such a big thing had happened to the Demon Scout Corps. Not to mention the wormhole, near the exit of the wormhole in the first universe, the demon tribe would definitely send a large number of troops to guard it. It would be very difficult to sneak in again. As for the second choice, it was to make up his mind and continue to stay on the Black Mosquito Star. This move seemed risky, but after careful consideration, Yi Xian finally made the decision to bide his time and stay on the Black Mosquito Star. It was not easy to come to the first universe, and now he had obtained the identity of the holy son of a large demon tribe. This would be very convenient and helpful for his upcoming search for the devouring origin. In any case, Yi Xian was not willing to give up so easily. As for the current crisis, on the one hand, he had two trump cards, the headless infant corpse and the weeping soul blood horn. Even if his identity was really exposed, he could just go all out. As long as Yi Xian used all his means, there were not many existences in the Devil Domain who could keep him here. In addition, even if the incident of the Demon Scout Corps at the frontier of the third universe was exposed, they might not necessarily find out about Yi Xian in the end. Of course, the premise was that he had to make some preparations before that. For example, he had to plant a few real high-level spies in the demon tribe. At that time, if there was any movement, he was at least confident that he would know at the first moment. If there was really an unforeseen event, he would have a buffer time to react. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately shook his head and smiled bitterly. After a period of time, the slave seal that he had put aside for a long time was finally put to use again. This time, the demon experts who would be planted with the slave seal would no longer be low-level demon experts. At the very least, they had to be existences at the level of Zhuofengtai and Huigulei. Otherwise, they would be worthless. The first two targets, let's start with them. With a flash of light in his eyes, Yi Xian made a decision in an instant. After all, I am still in the Black Mosquito tribe. As the immediate superior, Huigulei and Zhuofengtai are most likely to have doubts about me. Since this is the case, I might as well go all out and plant the slave seal on these two guys. Otherwise, I really can't sleep in peace. This thought made Yi Xian's heart beat wildly. Whether it was the great commanders Zhuofengtai or the high priest Huigulei, they were all supreme existences of the 9th level of the origin realm. Yi Xian had only subdued one demon expert of this level by planting a slave seal before. That was the prince of the mosquito beast race, Xue Ben. Moreover, when he planted the slave seal on Xue Ben, he had the assistance of the mad mosquito emperor, who was at least at the heavenly passage realm, to control the mosquito beast prince, Xue Ben, in advance. Otherwise, with Yi Xian's cultivation at that time, there was no possibility of success. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to plant a slave seal on the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest Huigulei. After all, not only was the high priest proficient in the use of mind power, but he also had a level 5 source core. This kind of existence with a high-level source core had an astonishing resistance to slave seals. However, Yi Xian had now completed the 5th transformation of the source core in his brain. His source core had long entered the 6th level, which surpassed Huigulei's. It was on the same level as the high priest of the imperial city, Wenxing, and second only to the devil king, Mo Wentian. Under such circumstances, Yi Xian's chances of success in subduing Huigulei by planting a slave seal on him had greatly increased. This was why he had suddenly come up with such a bold idea. After making his decision, Yi Xian immediately started making preparations. To put it bluntly, he just had to condense a slave seal. Huigulei and Zhuofengtai were supreme existences of the 9th level of the origin realm, which meant that the slave seal he planted on them had to be at least at the 11th level, which meant that he had to repeatedly condense the slave seal 10 times. However, to be safe, Yi Xian decided to condense 2 12th level slave seals to deal with these two fellows. This way, he could guarantee that nothing would go wrong. If he started condensing the slave seals from the beginning, even with Yi Xian's current power at the 6th level of the meteor realm, he would need a long time to condense 2 12th level slave seals. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to make it in a few days. Chapter 2988. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin revealing the Fang. Since the 2 level 12 slave seals were obtained after 2 repetitive refinements from the level 10 slave seals, Yi Xian only spent half a day or so to complete all of this. The necessary software resources to deal with Grayskull and Zhuofengtai could be considered to be ready. However, just preparing the software was clearly far from enough. These two fellows were both supreme beings of the 9th realm, the origin realm. It was clearly not easy to successfully shoot 2 successfully condensed level 12 slave seals into their bodies. Yi Xian analyzed the abilities he had. Whether it was the spiritual suppression or the giant dragon roar, which he had obtained after his starry sky dragon bloodline reached the entry level, although they were all skills that could shock the mind of the enemy unexpectedly, due to the huge gap in strength between Yi Xian and his opponents, these two abilities were obviously not effective. As for the fallen sky bow, spiritual lightning technique, annihilation spear, destructive vortex, and other spiritual secret techniques, they were all offensive in nature and were not suitable to deal with this situation. It seemed that the only way to successfully shock Huigulei and Zhuofengtai in a short period of time, and then take advantage of this opportunity to shoot the 2 level 12 slave seals into their bodies, was to ask for help from the headless infant corpse. Even if it was not interested in doing it personally, the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn would be enough to do it on its behalf. The Weeping Soul Bloodhorn was a supreme existence that could even crush a 9-star Ladybird Empress of the Grotto Heaven realm. Dealing with Huigulei and Zhuofengtai, 2 demon experts of the origin realm, was a piece of cake. However, it was hard to say whether this would work or not. Although the headless infant corpse had always been in Yi Xian's body and had turned into a strange tattoo in the shape of a corpse lamp on the left side of Yi Xian's chest, the headless infant corpse had never responded directly no matter how Yi Xian actively tried to contact it. Therefore, Yi Xian was not very confident about asking for the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn's help this time. He could only give it a try. If it did not work, he would think of another plan. What surprised him was that this time, the headless infant corpse, which had always ignored his calls, actually transmitted a mysterious aura over at the first possible moment. It directly entered Yi Xian's sea of consciousness, exactly the same as last time. Through this mysterious imprint, Yi Xian could control the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn for his own use at any time. When he needed it, he only needed to activate the imprint in his sea of consciousness. At that time, the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn that had long since been refined by the headless infant corpse would naturally sense it and move according to Yi Xian's will. It could be said to be extremely convenient. The only pity was that this kind of imprint was a one-time consumable. Yi Xian knew that once it was activated, this imprint would turn into a mysterious and unknown force and quickly enter the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn's body, never to be seen again. Such a powerful Weeping Soul Bloodhorn could only be temporarily controlled every time. He could not use its terrifying supreme power to his heart's content. This made Yi Xian feel quite helpless, and he could not help but feel a strong sense of regret in his heart. While he was sighing, a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed in his mind. As his eyes lit up, a kind of sudden enlightenment was like a cold soft light in the moonlight, covering the sea of consciousness in an instant, making his mind suddenly shocked. At this moment, Yi Xian's state of mind was unexpectedly enlightened. He was inexplicably open-minded and bright, and his entire heart was filled with an endless sense of heroism. No matter how powerful the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn was, it was still an external object in the end. Perhaps it was because he had recently encountered too many difficult situations that he was unable to resolve with his current cultivation. Yi Xian pondered for a moment and suddenly realized that he had unknowingly developed a faint sense of reliance on the headless infant corpse and the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn. Every time a major dilemma appeared, he would subconsciously think of them. This was clearly the rhythm of treating the headless infant corpse and the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn as some kind of trump card and reliance under the influence of imperceptible influence. Although this was originally a fact, if he really had this kind of dependence, then it would obviously be harmful to Yi Xian's future growth. He would completely lose the heart of an expert. But at this moment, as this light flashed in his mind, Yi Xian finally realized this point as if he had an epiphany. At this moment, he thought all this through, and even his state of mind had a little elevation. A feeling of loosening the bottleneck of the realm came straight to his heart. The cultivation realm of a cultivator could not only be improved by diligent cultivation day after day. Occasionally, a thorough understanding of the state of mind would also loosen the bottleneck of the realm. If one could seize this opportunity, breaking through in one fell swoop was not a problem. At this moment, Yi Xian clearly encountered such an opportunity. Overjoyed in his heart, he immediately sat down cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and entered a mysterious state of cultivation. This time, Yi Xian did not absorb a drop of the star core's source energy. He was completely sorting out his state of mind and figuring out the mysterious feeling like he had just had an epiphany. Unknowingly, half an hour had passed. At this time, Yi Xian had completely forgotten everything. His state of mind was clear, as if he was in a bright place, untainted by dust. This kind of breakthrough of the state of mind that led to the elevation of one's cultivation realm and the realization of the advancement of one's cultivation power was extremely mysterious. It was the first time that Yi Xian had encountered this kind of breakthrough. Everything was just a kind of trial and error for him now. However, he finally grasped this opportunity. At this moment, when the familiar prompt of the devouring system suddenly sounded in his mind, Yi Xian, who had entered a state of forgetfulness, trembled slightly, and his consciousness completely returned to normal. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your realm has increased. Current realm, level 7 of the meteor realm. Level 7, this meant that he had finally entered the late stage of the meteor realm. With another 2 small breakthroughs, he would enter the 3rd realm of the starry realm, the satellite realm. When these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian had already opened his eyes slightly, and there was a strange light in his eyes. He was in an extremely good mood. Coincidentally, my state of mind has improved, and my realm has broken through. It is a double blessing. At this time, it is the best time to completely take down Gu Lei and Fengtai, and get rid of all worries. With a slight shake of his body, Yi Xian stood up from the ground and muttered to himself. A firm light burst out from his eyes, and there was a cold light in them. As he stepped forward, he pushed open the door and walked out. I have endured in this black mosquito star for a long time. Now, it is finally time to show my fangs. Chapter 2989. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin come to resolve doubts. Although night had fallen, the high priest of the black mosquito tribe, Gu Lu, was still in the side hall of the ancestral temple, discussing some important matters with Fengtai and Fengtai. Although the 2 of them were friendly on the surface, they had been secretly scheming against each other. One of them was the high priest, but in fact, he controlled more than half of the black mosquito tribe. The other was unwilling to see his authority diluted, so he had been looking for an opportunity to reverse the situation and completely take control of the black mosquito tribe. Even so, the black mosquito tribe was facing a sudden change, and they did not know if the fall of the black mosquito ship would affect the entire tribe. As the high priest and great commander, Fengtai and Gu Lei did not have any reservations in dealing with this matter. It could be said that they worked hand in hand without any hindrance. If that wasn't the case, they wouldn't have talked until nightfall and still hadn't dispersed. The inner hall of the ancestral temple was an important place in the tribe. Even the ordinary priests in the ancestral temple were not allowed to enter at will. However, as the new holy son of the black mosquito tribe, Yi Xian had no problem entering and exiting this place. After entering the courtyard of the ancestral temple, the guards of the ancestral temple did not stop him and let him go straight in. Along the way, Yi Xian kept thinking. At least, he had to find a valid reason to visit the high priest in the middle of the night. However, he soon felt relieved. After laughing silently, he threw this thought to the back of his mind and did not think about it anymore. Anyway, sooner or later, they would fall out with each other. Why should he waste the effort? With the terrifying power of the Weeping Soul Blood Horn, Gu Lu and Fengtai were only 2 origin realm experts. When the time came, Yi Xian only needed to use the Weeping Soul Blood Horn. Under the suppression of the qi, the 2 of them would not even have the chance to turn around and escape. They would be completely bound and unable to move in an instant. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian immediately relaxed. Although he was unwilling to rely too much on the power of the Weeping Soul Blood Dragon and the Headless Infant Corpse, he had only been in space for a short period of time. Moreover, he had no choice but to face 2 terrifying existences at the 9th level of the origin realm. Facing such an opponent with such a huge disparity in strength, it was understandable and acceptable to rely on external forces. While he was thinking, the door to the inner hall of the ancestral temple was already in sight. Inside the hall was a small hall with some doors on both sides. At this time, the window of the door on the left was clearly lit, but there was no one outside the hall. Fengtai and Gu Lei were secretly discussing important matters, so the priests of the ancestral temple who were originally serving here must have been driven away. This would make things easier for Yi Xian. After calming himself down, Yi Xian took a deep breath and stepped into the inner hall of the ancestral temple. He then turned around and walked straight to the lit door. As soon as he stepped into the room, he looked up and saw Fengtai and Gu Lei chatting softly while sipping spirit tea. The 2 of them sat facing each other across the table, and the atmosphere seemed to be quite harmonious. However, when they looked up and saw Yi Xian suddenly appear, they were surprised and slightly stunned. "What are you doing here? Don't forget that before the ceremony, you were not the holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe. How can you come and go as you please in the ancestral temple? After coming back to his senses, Zhuo Fengtai's face immediately darkened. He snorted coldly and glanced sideways at Yi Xian, who had stepped into the room. His tone was extremely unfriendly. On the other side, High Priest Hui Gulei slightly frowned and was about to ask Yi Xian why he had come. However, the latter spoke first with a faint smile on his face, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. The reason why I am here is to answer your question. As you said, Zhuo Licheng and Zhuo Hongwu, as well as all the demon scouts on the Fengting ship, were all killed by me. To be exact, more than half of them were killed when the Black Mosquito tribe and the Black Wind tribe's super star-destroying cannons destroyed the Fengting ship. The other half were killed by my pet army, including your son and your brother. Silence. A deathly silence. As Yi Xian's words left his mouth, Zhuo Fengtai and Grey Bone both subconsciously opened their mouths wide. They looked at him in astonishment, and even their eyes flickered with a suspicious light. That kind of look clearly gave people the feeling that they were looking at a lunatic. Obviously, the two of them did not believe what he said. They did not hesitate at all and directly regarded him as crazy talk. After a full 2 breaths of time, Zhuo Fengtai finally came back to his senses. He realized that he'd been teased and provoked by Yi Xian in front of him. In his embarrassment, he instantly flew into a rage and roared, "Stinking brat, you're courting death." Before his voice died away, Zhuo Fengtai had already raised his right hand and slapped with all his strength. "You are the one courting death." Yi Xian's face suddenly became serious, and he retorted in a deep voice. At the same time, he did not hesitate to activate the mysterious mark in his mind. In less than half an instant, a slight but intense low buzzing sound had already enveloped the entire large house. A blood-colored waterfall whizzed out from Yi Xian's body and grew with the wind. In the blink of an eye, it was about 30 feet long, hovering above the house, pouring out a majestic and mighty aura. In an instant, it dissolved Zhuo Fengtai's palm power into nothingness. Weeping Soul Bloodhorn? This is impossible. What is going on? The aura of this big curved horn is at least beyond the grotto heaven realm. How can there be such an existence? Almost at the same time, Zhuo Fengtai and Hui Gulei's expressions had changed dramatically, and they exclaimed in horror together. Although the latter had roughly sensed the level of the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn, he obviously did not know its origin, but the high priest of the Black Mosquito tribe, Hui Gulei, was different. As soon as the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn appeared, his mind flashed one after another, and he instantly understood everything. After the first exclamation came out, he turned his head in horror and looked at the calm Yi Xian with a ferocious expression. "So the person who ruined my plans on Black Mountain Star was actually you? It seems that what you said before about the 2 scout fortresses of the Black Mosquito ship and the Black Wind ship should also be true. Damn guy, as a demon cultivator, you actually betrayed your tribe to the human race." "Sorry, I was originally a human, but I swallowed a lot of demon cultivators' brain nuclei, so I grew one in my head." Shrugging his shoulders, Yi Xian shook his head and threw out another heavy bomb. Seeing the two people opposite him shocked again, he couldn't help but smile bitterly and sigh faintly. "Don't look at me like that, you are just too confident. Who said that human cultivators can't have demon nuclei? Traditional ideas kill people." Chapter 2990. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Cunning old fox. When the 2 level 12 slave seals entered Zhuo Fengtai's and Hui Gulei's foreheads at the same time and disappeared in a flash, the two fellows' eyes became blurry. The shock and fury on their faces started to dissipate slowly. It was obvious that the slave seals had entered their brains quickly and successfully entered their mind source cores to begin the process of enslaving and refining them. Although Zhuo Fengtai and Hui Gu were both supreme existences of the 9th Great Realm, the Origin Realm, they didn't seem to be so weak. However, in reality, if it wasn't for the suppression of the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn, which surpassed the Heavenly Passage Realm, Yi Xian wouldn't have been able to succeed. The 2 slave seals that had shot out hadn't even touched Zhuo Fengtai and Hui Gulei's skin. Therefore, this seemingly easy situation and results were entirely due to the use of the Weeping Soul Blood Horn, which was a terrifying being whose strength surpassed the heavenly passage realm. This wasn't surprising at all. Besides, the reason why these two fellows had reacted so quickly was also because Yi Xian's cultivation base was a little weaker, as he was only at the second level of the meteor realm. However, the grade of his mind source core wasn't low. It had already reached the 6th level. In the entire demon race, his mind source core was second only to the demon king Mo Wen Tian and was on par with the high priest Wen Xing and a few others. Between Zhuo Fengtai and Huigu Lei, even though Huigu Lei was the high priest, his mind source core was only at the 5th level. Under the circumstances, they naturally wouldn't be able to resist the level 12 slave seals that Yi Xian had condensed using his level 6 mind source core multiple times. As long as the slave seal successfully entered their bodies, there would be no suspense in the final outcome. However, these two fellows were origin-grade entities after all, so the source cores in their heads contained boundless spirit origin source power. Even with the power of a grade 12 slave mark, it would take an extraordinary amount of time to refine all of them and brand them with the enslavement mark. Yi Xian was not in a hurry. He slowly walked to the table at the side and pulled out a chair to sit down. Then, he took out a small clean cup and poured himself a cup. Then, he began to taste the spirit tea brewed by either Zhuo Fengtai or Huigu Lei. During this process, he never withdrew the Weeping Soul Blood Horn that was hovering in the air. After all, their targets this time were all supreme existences at the origin realm. Their abilities were far superior to the demon experts that Yi Xian had enslaved in the past. If they were plotting something and took the Weeping Soul Blood Horn, it would be no different from courting death. After about half an hour, the two grade 12 slave marks finally completed the process of enslaving and refining the source cores in Zhuo Fengtai and Huigu Lei's heads. The blurred look in their eyes slowly faded and they regained their clarity. Then, they respectfully walked to Yi Xian and stood on either side of him with their hands by their sides. They looked like they were waiting for orders and did not say a single word of nonsense. This was the normal behavior after being enslaved by a slave mark. Yi Xian did not know what was wrong with the wretched mosquito butcher. The first time, he was pretending, but the second time, he was clearly enslaved. In the end, he did not behave properly for more than a few days. Not long after, he began to behave strangely again. When he returned, he really had to find some time to properly investigate what was wrong with this guy. Of course, the reason Yi Xian had brought him out of the Dongshu shuttle this time was actually to test him. If he made any strange movements, Yi Xian would be able to detect it in an instant through the connection between him and the slave mark in his head. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not know whether that guy really had a problem, or whether he would easily give himself away on his own initiative. After being slightly distracted, Yi Xian quickly threw the matter of the wretched mosquito butcher to the back of his mind. He swept his gaze over and examined Zhuo Fengtai and Huigu Lei, who were standing on either side of him. After confirming that there was no problem, he felt relieved. He waved his hand and said, "In the future, when there are other people around, you can still call me Zhang Wuji. The word master cannot be heard by anyone else. In addition, when you are in public, your words and actions must be the same as usual. The entire Black Mosquito tribe's affairs will still be handled by the two of you. Just do as usual." Facing this order, Zhuo Fengtai and Huigu Lei immediately responded respectfully. Yi Xian was quite at ease with this point. He never thought that the two of them would appear abnormal in front of others, so much so that they would reveal themselves. After all, Yi Xian had personally planted more than 10,000 slave seals, and his experience was already very rich. Yi Xian waved his hand and shot a psychic power at the Weeping Soul Bloody Horn. After summoning it back into his body, he immediately fell into deep thought. Now, these two guys were his demon slaves. If there was anything he did not understand, Yi Xian could ask them casually, and the answers he got would be absolutely true. There was no possibility of being fooled. In this case, Yi Xian was naturally a little impatient. At this moment, he was thinking about the doubts in his mind. He thought that if he could ask them one by one in detail and finally get all the answers, it would be a very pleasant thing. Unfortunately, after thinking about it for a while, he found that there were not many questions he needed these two guys to answer in a short time. For example, when he was on the way to the Demon Emperor Star, Zhuo Licheng and Zhuo Hongwu attacked him. Whether it was related to Zhuo Fengtai or not was simply superfluous. There was no need to ask them in detail. In the end, Yi Xian glanced at Hui Gulei. He had 3 questions about this old guy. First, it was about the countless Weeping Soul beasts in the Weeping Soul cave under the Black Mountain Star, and the Weeping Soul bloody horn that had been refined by the headless baby corpse. Second, it was about the 2 spiritual marks that Hui Gulei gave to Yi Xian before, asking him to take the spirit rabbit transformed by the demon soul pupil out of the Saint Devil Forbidden area. The last one was how close the relationship between High Priest Wenxing and Hui Gulei was. Before this, did Wenxing privately reveal to Hui Gulei any words or ideas related to Yi Xian? These 3 questions, Yi Xian asked Hui Gulei one by one, and the latter immediately gave a detailed answer. As for the second question, the matter of the spirit rabbit formed by the demonic soul pupil, there was nothing strange about it. It was just as Hui Gulei had said before, the last time he entered the Saint Demon Forbidden area, he had exhausted all his effort but was unable to successfully trap it. Furthermore, during the month of pursuit, he had discovered that this spirit rabbit was very interested in high-level mental energy and was extremely close to it. That was why he asked Yi Xian to take it out of the forbidden area. However, the answers to the first and third question surprised Yi Xian, and his face immediately became gloomy. For words appeared in his mind as if it was a conditioned reflex. Chapter 2991. Big Spender. After asking, Yi Xian found out that whether it was the Weeping Soul blood horn, the Weeping Soul beasts, or the Weeping Soul beasts, Hui Gulei actually didn't know their specific uses and origins. Even those special spatial towers were given to him by High Priest Wenxing. In other words, the one who really needed those Weeping Soul beasts and knew about the existence of the Weeping Soul blood horn was actually Wenxing. Hui Gulei was just following orders. This led to the answer to the third question. For Wenxing to be able to hand over such an important and secretive matter to Hui Gulei, the relationship between the two was clearly not ordinary. As a matter of fact, it was Wenxing, the high priest of the Black Mosquito tribe, who had given him advice to become the holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe. It was not an exaggeration to say that the two of them were master and disciple. Because of this, the inside information and secrets that the Grey Bone Rains knew about Yi Xian were naturally far from what Grand Commander Zhuo Fengtai could compare to. As the High Priest, he could use the space network of the Black Mosquito Star at any time to connect to the upper-level star network of the Devil Emperor Star and get in touch with Wenxing. Even though this kind of star network cross-level communication consumed quite a bit of energy, Hui Gulei clearly didn't care about this. Just today alone, he had already contacted Wenxing twice. Overall, one thing was absolutely certain, and that was that Wenxing had no intention of letting Yi Xian go. Over the past few days, he had been reminding them to keep an eye on Yi Xian. Once he returned, they could not let him leave Black Mosquito Star. The old man had even revealed to Grey Bone Rain that not only did Yi Xian have a large number of multi-pupil sense crystals on him, there was also a high chance that he was hiding some even more valuable secrets. This time, he was following the fleet of the Royal Demonkin fleet, which was led by Chanas, the commander of the Demonkin Royal Guards. They had already departed from the Demonkin Royal Star and would arrive at the Black Mosquito Star in a few days. Their fundamental purpose was to capture Yi Xian and plunder the many pupil crystal that he had intercepted. They even resorted to extreme means to extort a confession from Yi Xian and dig out the secrets that he knew. Such a truth was something that even Yi Xian himself didn't expect. Although Yi Xian realized that Wenxing was definitely not as simple as he seemed on the surface and was not easy to fool, he had even vaguely guessed that the other party might have already targeted him, but he had never expected that the old fox would be so ruthless and decisive. He had just returned to Black Mosquito Star and the old fox had immediately followed him. Furthermore, their intentions were clear as day. They planned to clean up Yi Xian once and for all. If he hadn't heard all of this from Huigulu, Yi Xian might really have been tricked by the cunning Wen Xing in a moment of carelessness when the imperial fleet arrived. In terms of cunning and ruthlessness, Wen Xing, that old fox, is really one of the best. Even I was almost fooled by him, Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself in a low voice. Although there was a smile at the corners of his mouth, it clearly revealed an increasingly cold and gloomy feeling. However, from now on, the entire Black Mosquito Star, and even the entire Black Mosquito tribe, is already my territory. So what if he arrives with the Imperial fleet? At that time, it's hard to say who will be tricking who. Speaking of this, Yi Xian seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He turned his head and glanced at Zhuo Fengtai and Huigulu again. He ordered, immediately inform the other 9 demon-kin planets in the tribe. The Holy Sun ceremony will be brought forward one day. Everyone must arrive at the Black Mosquito Star. The ceremony will begin at sunrise the day after tomorrow. In addition, all the team leaders of the 9 demon-kin planets and their main deputies, including the higher-ups of the Black Hole Realm and above, must be present. Not a single one of them can be missing. Also, get me a list of all the demon-kin experts of the Black Hole Realm and above in the 10 demon-kin planets, including the Black Mosquito Star. Of course, there is no need for the 2 of you. The purpose of Yi Xian's name on the list was obvious. He planned to plant a slave seal on all the demon-kin experts of the Black Hole Realm and above in the Black Mosquito tribe and make them his slaves. This was a big deal. Yi Xian had never thought of this before. However, on one hand, Wen Xing had forced him to do this. On the other hand, with Zhuo Fengtai and Huigulu being subdued, he was very confident that he could achieve this easily. As long as he could subdue all of the demon cultivator experts at the Black Hole Realm and above within the 10 demon cultivator stars, without exception, then the entire Black Mosquito tribe would fall into Yi Xian's hands. At that time, no matter what he wanted to change or do, through the hands of the Black Hole Realm experts of the 10 demon-kin planets, he would be able to implement it immediately. It could be said that at that time, the entire Black Mosquito tribe would be gathered together like never before. They would be as solid as an iron bucket, and in this territory, Yi Xian would be able to do as he pleased without any hindrance. In this way, even if Wen Xing brought an entire fleet of the demon royal family to descend, and even shed all pretense of cordiality to deal with him, it would still be impossible for him to casually restrain Yi Xian. While Yi Xian was muttering to himself, Huigu and Zhuo Fengtai, who were busy drafting the list, passed it over in less than half an incense stick's worth of time. Yi Xian casually received it, lowered his head, and carefully reviewed it. Although the Black Mosquito Star Zone occupied by the Black Mosquito tribe was vast and had countless planets, many of which were inhabited by life, 99% of them were Devil Beast planets. As for the Devil tribe planets, including the Black Mosquito Star, there were a total of 10 planets. Among these 10 Demon Dweller planets, there were only 3 or 4 Demon Dweller experts above the Black Hole Realm and the other 9 Demon Dweller planets under the jurisdiction of the tribes. They were the team leaders, the vice city lords, 1 or 2 scout commanders, or other important people. At a glance, there were a total of 32 Black Hole Realm Demon-kin experts in the 9 Demon-kin planets. As for the Black Mosquito Star, aside from the Origin Realm High Priest Huigulu and Grand Commander Zhuo Fengtai, the number of Black Hole Realm Demon Dwellers on the Black Mosquito Star was double that of the other 9 stars. In total, there were 40 demon-kin experts of the Black Hole Realm and above in the entire 10 planets of the Black Mosquito tribe. Of course, this was only referring to the Black Hole Realm experts who held a certain amount of authority in the 10 great devil realms. In fact, in such a large devil tribe, it was impossible for there to be only 40 existences above the Black Hole Realm. It was even possible to multiply it a few more times. However, those Black Hole Realm experts were all commoners. It was even possible that they had already gone into seclusion, so it didn't affect Yi Xian's control over the entire Black Mosquito tribe. Even if there was, Yi Xian didn't seem to be able to use this kind of official channel to forcefully gather them. Therefore, there was no need to care about the Black Hole Realm experts. Chapter 2992. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Double Blessings, 40 Level 9 Slave Seals, huh? There's only 1 day left, so it's a little too tight. Luckily, I have some in stock, so there are only about 20 seals that I need to condense at the last minute. With my current speed, I should be able to do it. After muttering to himself for a while, Yi Xian went through all the key points of the entire matter. After confirming that there were no omissions, he remembered that he needed the slave seal to subdue the 40 Black Hole Realm Demon Cultivator experts and muttered to himself. After saying that, he raised his head and looked at Hui Gu Lu and Zhuo Feng Tai, who were quietly waiting at the side. He waved his hand and said, "Summon the 7 fellows from the Black Mosquito Star. Let's deal with them first." Among the 7, there were 2 Black Hole Realm demons at the Great Perfection Stage 9 Black Hole Realm. One of them was the City Lord of the Black Mosquito City, named Qi Ben. The other was the Scout Commander of the Black Mosquito City, named Hong Zhan. As for the other 5, they were either the Vice City Lords or the heads of important departments in the Black Mosquito City. Their cultivations ranged from Black Hole Realm Level 3 to Black Hole Realm Level 7. In Yi Xian's stock of slave seals, there were a few from Level 1 to Level 11. The higher the level of the slave seal, the lesser the number of slave seals. The Black Hole Realm was the 8th realm, so it required at least a Level 8 slave seal to successfully refine the source core in the brain of a being of this level. For safety's sake, Yi Xian had always planted a slave seal after raising the level of the slave seal. He had exactly 12 Level 9 slave seals in his stock. In addition to the 8 Level 10 slave seals that were used to deal with the Great Perfection Stage 9 Black Hole Realm demons, there were a total of 20 slave seals that were suitable for him to use in this plan. After dealing with the 7 Black Hole Realm demons, Yi Xian had to hurry up and condense the remaining 20 slave seals before tomorrow night. In the time it took to eat a meal, the 7 Black Hole Realm demons on the Black Mosquito Star had all arrived. Yi Xian subdued every single one that came. There was no suspense in the process. With Hui Gu Lei and Zhuo Feng Tai suppressing them, with their Black Hole Realm cultivation, they couldn't do anything. Half an hour later, when Yi Xian stood up to leave, a group of 9 people swarmed to send him off. High Priest Hui Gu Lei and Great Commanders Zhuo Feng Tai were at the front, followed by Black Mosquito City's City Lord Qi Ben and Black Mosquito City's Demon Race Scout Commander Hong Zhan and the others. These 9 people could basically represent the power and influence of the Black Mosquito Star, or even the entire Black Mosquito tribe. However, at this moment, not only were they all sent to Yi Xian, but their expressions were also clearly respectful and cautious. This scene was so strange that some of the patrolling guards of the ancestral temple were dumbfounded. They looked at each other, speechless. From this moment on, most of them had started to suspect Yi Xian's true identity, such as the illegitimate son of the Demon King. Otherwise, why would the High Priest and Great Commander be so subservient to him? Yi Xian wasn't interested in any of this. These were all insignificant characters. Even if they knew the truth, it wouldn't affect Yi Xian at all. After returning to the Saint's Side Hall, Yi Xian immediately went to his room and told the wretched mosquito slayer not to disturb him unless it was necessary. Then, he closed the door and sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and entered a cultivation state. He started to condense the 29th grade slave seals in a hurry. The so-called slave seals were actually a kind of perfect and stable spiritual imprint that was condensed using a special method using mind power. Therefore, condensing a slave seal would consume the source power of Yi Xian's mind power from the source core in his brain. The higher the level of the slave seal condensed, the greater the consumption. This time, Yi Xian wanted to condense 29th grade slave seals in one go. The huge consumption was obvious. If it were any other time, it wouldn't be a big deal. It wasn't like he hadn't condensed a large amount of slaves before. However, now that the crisis was approaching, Yi Xian had to be in his best condition at all times. Therefore, after sitting cross-legged, he immediately took out a small spatial pagoda from the undying world in his body. With a thought, he summoned 10,000 weeping soul beasts from the pagoda. He immediately ordered the devouring system to absorb the source power of the 10,000 weeping soul beasts at the same time. This process quickly unfolded, and the system's absorption of the spirit source energy continuously surged into the spirit source core in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. Yi Xian, on the other hand, didn't pay attention to all of this. All of his energy was poured into the refinement of the 9th-level slave seal, and even the passage of time had been forgotten by him at this moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Realm leveled up. Current realm, level 8 Meteor Realm. After an unknown amount of time, when Yi Xian finally condensed the last level 9 slave seal, his heart relaxed and he subconsciously returned. He exited his cultivation state and suddenly opened his eyes. A familiar system notification suddenly sounded out in his mind. Realm leveled up? Level 8 Meteor Realm? When these words flashed in his mind, Yi Xian was stunned on the spot. He had just unexpectedly advanced to level 7 Meteor Realm a day ago because of a breakthrough in his mental state, okay? How long had it been? He had actually broken through again? Did it have to be so fast? Moreover, it didn't seem like he had been cultivating before this. He had only condensed the slave seals. How could it cause his cultivation to level up because of a breakthrough? Filled with bewilderment and confusion, Yi Xian's consciousness quickly immersed itself in his mind and started to investigate. Sure enough, the source core, the fallen sky bow, the golden dragon scales and the void essence crystal were floating in the air. These represented Yi Xian's realm and cultivation base in the void dimension fragment, which was a primordial technique. Compared to before, it was even more majestic. Yi Xian's current cultivation base had indeed advanced to level 8 Meteor Realm. As for the reason for this unexpected breakthrough, he quickly found it. The source core floating in the air above Yi Xian's mind had been black at first. However, as it transformed and evolved again and again, a hint of purple had slowly appeared amidst Yi Xian's black source core, which was getting denser and denser. Not long ago, it had already been mostly purple with a hint of black in between. But now, the last traces of black in the origin core had clearly disappeared. It was likely that the spirit source energy provided by the 10,000 weeping soul beasts just now had allowed it to reach a certain critical point. In addition, Yi Xian was using all his strength to condense the slave seal, so the flow of the spirit source within the origin core had accelerated. Thus, unknowingly, his origin core had completed some kind of unknown change. It was precisely this transformation that had caused Yi Xian's unexpected breakthrough in his cultivation base like a chain reaction. What made Yi Xian's heart pound even more was that, as the source core had turned from a thick purple with a few traces of black to a full purple, he had a strong intuition that the source core's 6th transformation wouldn't be too far away. Chapter 2993. Holy Sun Ceremony. Pleasantly surprised, Yi Xian's consciousness quickly withdrew from his sea of consciousness. With a wave of his hand, he collected all the black weeping soul horns on the ground into a small space box. As usual, he threw it into a corner of the undying world in his body. Until now, Yi Xian still didn't know what these weeping soul horns were used for. He didn't even know how the large number of weeping soul beasts in the underground weeping soul cave came to be. However, these horns were related to the weeping soul blood horns after all. Perhaps they could be of great use in the future. Therefore, every time Yi Xian took out the weeping soul beasts to absorb the spiritual origin energy, he would put away all the weeping soul horns that grew out of them. After doing all this, he suddenly remembered the problem of time. He pushed open the door and walked out of the room. Only then did he realize that it was still night outside. Obviously, it wasn't night anymore. It was clearly the second night. As expected, 29th level slave seals took an entire day and night of Yi Xian's time. Fortunately, he was able to complete them in time. According to what he told Huigu Lu and Zhuo Fengtai yesterday, the Holy Sun ceremony would be held after sunrise tomorrow. Presumably, the ceremony venue at the ancestral temple peak would be ready. In addition, the Black Hole Realm demon experts from the other 9 demon planets of the Black Mosquito tribe should have all arrived. Not only did this include Datu Shan of the Black Mountain planet, who had been subdued by Yi Xian as a demon slave, but also Hao Fangfang's father, Hao Deshuang of the Black Roar planet. Thinking of the latter, Yi Xian couldn't help but have a strange feeling in his heart. Although he didn't know Hao Deshuang, he was after all Hao Fangfang's father. Although this kid couldn't be considered as Yi Xian's close friend, Hao Fangfang had treated Yi Xian very well from the beginning to the end. It could even be said that she was quite righteous. In this sort of situation, knowing that the other party was Hao Fangfang's father, Yi Xian felt that it wasn't easy to make a move on him. Even though it was impossible for Hao Fangfang to know the truth, it was still difficult for Yi Xian to grit his teeth and cross this hurdle in his heart. One must have a clear conscience when doing things for others. Ordinary people took this as an example. Obviously, the importance of the heart was even more important for practitioners who fought against the heavens. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian couldn't help but look a little depressed. When he walked out of the side hall, although Hao Fangfang didn't see him, the wretched mosquito butcher had a big smile on his face. He immediately trotted over to greet him. His face was flushed with excitement as if he had just been injected with chicken blood. "Master, my master, this time we can hold our heads up high. Grand burial. Ba, it should be a grand ceremony. TSK, you didn't see the grand ceremony venue on the peak of the ancestral temple. That's what you call grand. I heard that this time, the leaders of the other 9 planets of the Black Mosquito tribe, as well as the deputy castellans and so on, are all here. The Holy Sun ceremony in the past didn't have this kind of extravagance. Anyway, master, this time you've gained a lot of face. Ordinary people's protection can't compare to this. This fellow was still as unreliable as ever. He was full of warships, and after just a few words, he had turned the grand ceremony into a grand funeral. In the end, he even compared Yi Xian's face to that of an ordinary person's. When Yi Xian heard this, he didn't manage to catch his breath and almost fainted on the spot. Just as he was about to reprimand him, a figure walked toward him from the front of the side hall. Judging from the priest's attire of the ancestral temple, he must have been sent by the Grey Bone tribe. "Lord Holy Sun, the High Priest and the Chief Commander have invited you in. Also, the leaders of the other 9 planets of the tribe, the deputy castellans and other guests are all here. They're all waiting for you." As he approached, the ancestral temple priest bowed slightly in a very natural manner. His tone was respectful, and he even lowered his head. This was definitely not the attitude he should have toward the Holy Sun of the tribe. It was a little too modest. If he was not mistaken, this guy must have heard the rumor spread by the guards of the ancestral temple last night. He was most likely thinking that Yi Xian might be the illegitimate son of the demon emperor. "They're all here?" Yi Xian was stunned for a moment before reacting. It was obvious that Grayskull and Zhuo Fengtai had gathered all of these black hole realm existences together. Their intentions were clearly the same as last night. After all, the Holy Sun ceremony tomorrow was a public event. It was not convenient to plant a slave seal on them. After the ceremony, these higher-ups of the Black Mosquito tribe, who were unwilling to come, would most likely leave the Black Mosquito tribe immediately. It seemed that these 2 guys were quite considerate. He did not have to worry about them at all. After secretly praising in his heart, Yi Xian nodded his head and took the lead to leave. The ancestral temple priest wanted to follow him, but he was stopped by the wretched mosquito butcher. He glared at the priest and said, "Why are you in such a hurry? Are you in a hurry to reincarnate?" "I'm Mosquito Butcher, and I'm the chief steward of the saint. Even if it's my reincarnation, the saint has taken the lead, and the second person behind him can only be me. You're just an errand boy. How dare you cut the queue? The ancestral temple priest was caught off guard and was stunned. Yi Xian, who just walked out of the courtyard, had a dark expression on his face. He almost fell head first. What happened next was needless to say. With the suppression of Zhuo Fengtai and Huigu Lu, as well as the help of the 7 Black Hole Realm experts who had been subdued by Yi Xian as demon slaves, the remaining 30 Black Hole Realm experts from the Black Hole Realm from the Black Mosquito tribe were all successfully planted with slave seals by Yi Xian. To be precise, there were 31 of them. 2 were missing. One was Xiong Haizi from the Black Mountain tribe, who was originally on the same side. The other was Hao Fangfang's father, Hao Deshuang. Although he had also come to the Black Mosquito tribe, he was dragged away by Hao Fangfang to leave the inn in the Black Mosquito city in the evening. Huigu Lu had not returned when he sent someone to invite him, so he was absent. This coincidence made Yi Xian feel relieved. It helped him make a choice. Since it was the will of the heavens, he would go with the flow. He did not have to worry about it anymore. 31 slave seals were successfully planted. The whole process took only a few minutes. Everything went smoothly. Only when he followed Yi Xian into the ancestral temple did he tactfully retreat to the corner of the wretched mosquito butcher. As he watched all of this happen with his own eyes, the light in his eyes clearly revealed a sense of coldness. Even the corners of his mouth seemed to have an imperceptible sneer, and in a certain instant, it seemed to have disappeared. Yi Xian did not notice any of this. After a few words as usual, he immediately returned to the Holy Sun's side hall. Chapter 2994. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The arrival of the royal fleet the next day, before the sky brightened, it was clearly midnight, but in the entire Black Mosquito City, there were already a large number of demon cultivators who had deliberately woken up early, or perhaps had not slept at all. They all walked out of their houses and rushed toward the Black Mosquito Peak where the Black Mosquito Ancestral Temple was located. Although the saint ceremony was a good thing for others, they could only watch and feel the atmosphere. However, more than 80% of the demon dwellers in the Black Mosquito City had come to watch the ceremony. As for the remaining 20%, most of them had no choice but to give it up because they were unable to free themselves. After all, the former holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe had always been at the bottom among all the holy sons of the 10 foreign tribes of the demon tribe. Not only did he not gain anything from entering the forbidden land of Saint Devil 3 times in a row, but he also lost the honor of being a holy son because of this. When he returned to the Black Mosquito Star from the Demon Royal Star for the last time, he was killed by the furious Zhuo Fengtai. He was the first and only saint in the history of the demon race to be killed by his own tribe's grand commander in such a humiliating manner. Because of this, the Black Mosquito tribe had been ridiculed for more than 10 years. None of the demons in the tribe could hold their heads high anymore. However, all of this had been completely changed because of Zhang Wuji's sudden appearance. When he entered the forbidden land of the demonic saint tribe for the first time, he inherited a spiritual power skill. Even the high priest of the imperial city, Wen Xing, and the demon king praised him. The humiliation of being the Black Mosquito tribe's last holy son was finally thrown away. Just based on this point alone, the demon cultivators in the Black Mosquito City, and even the many cities on the Black Mosquito Star, would inevitably feel a kind of heartfelt support for the Holy Sun ceremony this time. Therefore, there was no suspense about the grand occasion. Although the ordinary demons could not go up the mountain to watch the ceremony at close range, they had surrounded the Black Mosquito Peak from all directions before sunrise. At a glance, there were at least hundreds of thousands of them. Even Yi Xian, who was caught off guard, was slightly shocked by this scene. Before he could react, the Grand Priest, Huigu Lu, who was already in place, had started the ritual of worshipping the heavens and ancestors. The ceremony had officially begun. The entire process was a little boring, but it was solemn and grand. Even the Black Mosquito 9 Stars leaders and vice-castellans, who had been forced to watch the ceremony and were originally disapproving of it, had bright lights in their eyes, and they were excited. Among the 9 Stars leaders, who were standing by the Black Mosquito 9 Stars leaders, and Vice Black Mosquito 9 Stars leaders, was dumbfounded. His mouth, and his face, was filled with astonishment. Translation: he was, the Mosquito translation of 9 Stars eyes translation is words. Translation is star. Translation is translation is that translation? Is translation. Just at this moment, at the end of the sky above their heads, a series of thunderous roars suddenly burst out without warning, startling all the demon powerhouses who were immersed in the solemn atmosphere of the Holy Sun ceremony. Their faces stiffened slightly, and they all reflexively looked up. In their line of sight, the high atmosphere of the Black Mosquito 9 Stars was churning violently like boiling water due to the large amount of turbulent airflow. A huge space fleet was approaching at this moment. Although they were hovering outside the atmosphere, they were not far away. At least, they were definitely not at a safe distance that had no effect on the atmosphere of the Black Mosquito 9 Stars. This rude action was clearly a show of force. What was even more surprising was that the main flagship of this huge space fleet was a cosmic universe-level space fortress with a diameter of 20,000 meters. It was a huge object, and it was shocking. Although space fortress was a general term, there were actually different levels. A space fortress with a diameter of 5,000 meters was a cosmic cloud-level space fortress, also known as a small fortress. Space fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters were cosmic-level space fortresses, also known as great fortresses. In addition, Yi Xian had seen a giant space fortress with a diameter of more than 10,000 meters in the Demon Guard 1-star dock. Those were two huge blocks with diameters of 20,000 meters. Space fortresses of this level were cosmic-level space fortresses. Of course, above cosmic-level space fortresses, there were cosmic-level space fortresses with diameters of 50,000 meters. Space fortresses with diameters of more than 50,000 meters were at least 100,000 meters. At this level, they could no longer be called space fortresses. Generally speaking, space fortresses with diameters of more than 100,000 meters were space fortresses. It was said that there were several space fortresses with diameters of up to 100,000 meters in the Divine Legacy clan's base camp, which was equivalent to 100 kilometers. There was even a super space fortress with a diameter of 1 million meters, which was equivalent to 1,000 kilometers. However, not to mention Yi Xian, even the Demon King Mo Wen Tian had probably never seen one with his own eyes. The main flagship of the fleet hovering outside the Black Mosquito Star's atmosphere was a cosmic-level space fortress with a diameter of 20,000 meters. It was one of the two space fortresses that Yi Xian had seen in the Demon Guard 1-star dock back then. It was called the Demon King. It was probably named after the Demon King's noble status, which meant that he ruled over a star sector. Other than this Demon King, which was not much different from a small meteor, the entire royal fleet that had come all the way from the Demon King planet had 5 cosmic-level fortresses with diameters of 10,000 meters and 10 cosmic-level fortresses with diameters of 5,000 meters and 10 cosmic-level fortresses. There were also 100 stellar-level warships with diameters of 3,000 meters. Similarly, a huge fleet of cosmic-level space fortresses was more than enough to wipe out the entire Black Mosquito tribe, and it would be very easy for them to do so. Therefore, at this moment, the entire fleet spread out outside the Black Mosquito Star's atmosphere and hovered high in the air. All of this could be clearly seen from the Black Mosquito Star's main continent below through the gaps in the Black Mosquito Star's atmosphere due to the fleet's sudden arrival. Because of this, on the Black Mosquito Star below, a large number of demon race experts in the various demon race cities on the continent raised their heads to look because they heard the commotion. This was especially so for the demon race experts who had gathered around the peak of the ancestral temple to watch the Holy Sun ceremony in the depths of the Black Mosquito Star main city. When they saw this scene, they were slightly startled. Soon, their expressions changed, and a large number of gasps could be heard. The news that the Black Mosquito ship Scout Fortress had fallen into the hands of the human race had long spread. Although in terms of organizational structure, the Black Mosquito ship had always belonged to the frontline scout army that the demon race had sent to the edge of the third universe, the more than 10,000 demon race scouts in the fortress, including the small leader, Naboshan, who controlled the Black Mosquito ship, were all genuine members of the Black Mosquito tribe without exception. From this point of view, now that the Black Mosquito ship Scout Fortress suddenly changed, there was a possibility that the Demon King would launch an iron-blooded investigation on the entire Black Mosquito tribe in his fury. Chapter 2995. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Wen Xing was bewildered. According to the normal procedure, there were still some steps to be taken in the Holy Sun ceremony, but they were just a complicated formality and did not have much practical significance. Now, with the arrival of the Imperial fleet, all the later steps could only be omitted. High Priest Griskel quickly announced the completion of the ceremony. The originally grand ceremony ended in a hurried manner with a strong start and a weak finish. In this regard, the wretched Mosquito Slayer, who originally hoped to show his face in this grand ceremony and steal the limelight, was rather disappointed. When he looked up at the enormous fleet high in the sky outside the atmosphere, a fierce light burst out of his eyes. He was clearly venting his anger. It was unknown where this guy got the courage to glare fiercely at such a huge fleet. However, to Yi Xian, the ceremony ended in a rush. He was very happy. He did not have to continue dealing with it. To him, this was just a formality. Although he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart, Yi Xian's expression instantly became incomparably gloomy. When he raised his head to look at the sky, the dissatisfaction in his eyes was even denser than the wretched mosquito butcher's overflowing resentment. They're trying to intimidate us before we even meet. Looks like they don't have good intentions. As Yi Xian muttered to himself, the dissatisfaction in his eyes gradually disappeared. However, a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He did not do anything else. He just stood on the peak square where the Black Mosquito Ancestral Temple was located with his hands behind his back. He lifted his head slightly and looked into the sky. At this moment, the Black Mosquito City Scout Commander, Hong Zhan, had already received orders from Zhuo Fengtai to lead a group of demon scouts to disperse the demon experts who had gathered around the Black Mosquito Peak to watch the ceremony. The Black Hole Realm higher-ups of the Black Mosquito tribe on the peak square in front of the ancestral temple stepped forward and quietly gathered behind Yi Xian. They were in an orderly formation. Even the great commander of the Black Mosquito tribe, Zhuo Fengtai, and the high priest, Huegu, were on Yi Xian's left and right, but they were clearly half a step behind him. Suddenly, he looked over. Amongst the group of devil cultivator experts on the plaza at the peak of the Black Mosquito Ancestral Temple, Yi Xian was clearly the leader. Everyone else seemed to be following his lead. In this way, if one were to look at it from another perspective, this clearly represented the entire Black Mosquito tribe. Now, Yi Xian was in charge. After all, at this moment, the group of Black Hole Realm experts on the plaza at the peak of the Black Mosquito Temple had completely included all of the core members of the Black Mosquito tribe's 10 great devil cultivators. Regarding this, Hao Fangfang and her father, Hao Deshuang, who didn't know the situation, had faces full of shock. They also followed the crowd and stood behind Yi Xian. However, the waves in their hearts were higher and higher, and they couldn't calm down for a long time. Both father and son realized that Yi Xian must have done something last night. However, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't figure out the truth. Everything was too strange. At the same time, in the sky of the Black Mosquito Star, the entire royal fleet from the Demon Imperial City was still hovering outside the Black Mosquito Star's atmosphere. However, because all the warships and space fortresses were hovering, their energy consumption was reduced. Therefore, the rolling momentum of the vast atmosphere in the sky was gradually coming to a stop. Presumably, it would not be long before it returned to normal. However, the rolling of the atmosphere just now had caused a large amount of cosmic rays to enter the Black Mosquito star through the gaps in the atmosphere. These cosmic rays would have a certain effect on the plants of the Black Mosquito star, as well as some ordinary devil dwellers with no cultivation. This was clearly a warning and shock from the Devil King Mo Wen Tian to the entire Black Mosquito tribe. From this, it could be seen how furious the Imperial City was when the Black Mosquito Scout Fortress was confirmed to have fallen into the hands of the human clan of the Third Universe. Soon, as the rolling momentum of the atmosphere in the sky gradually came to a stop, the Imperial City fleet hovering outside the atmosphere could no longer be seen. However, more than 10 standard military patrol warships of the Demon Imperial City passed through the atmosphere at this moment and sped toward the Black Mosquito Peak, where Yi Xian and the Black Mosquito tribe's 10 stars were standing. These standard military patrol warships were about the same size as small private warships. They were only a few hundred meters long. However, at this moment, more than 10 of them had arrived at the same time. Obviously, many people had come. Ha, 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 looking at this formation, is today Zhang Wuji's Holy Sun ceremony? In that case, I've come at the right time. Very quickly, the dozen or so small patrol ships stopped at a low altitude in front of the peak of Black Mosquito Peak. The figure of the Imperial City's High Priest, Wen Xing, stepped out of the ship and entered the line of sight of Yi Xian and the others. Before he even arrived, his voice had already sounded out clearly. In addition to Wen Xing, the commander of the Demon Imperial Guards, Chanas, who commanded the entire Imperial fleet and was also in charge of the thorough investigation of the Black Mosquito Scout Fortress, had also appeared. He walked side by side with Wen Xing and was descending toward the Black Mosquito Peak. Then, the Demon Imperial Guards of the Imperial City poured out of the dozen patrol warships and quickly got into formation. At a glance, there were at least 1,000 of them, hovering at a low altitude in front of the small patrol warships. They imperceptibly emitted an extremely fierce killing intent. So it's High Priest Wen and Commander Cha from the Imperial City. Didn't you say that they would only arrive in a few days? Why didn't you inform me a few days in advance? I thought the human clan fleet had arrived and the enemy had arrived. Looking at Wen Xing and Chanas, who had already arrived in front of them and were descending towards the peak of the Black Mosquito Peak, Yi Xian didn't wait for Zhuo Fengtai and Grayskull to respond. He immediately greeted them with pun. This was clearly a hint. Originally, Huigu and Zhuo Fengtai were about to speak, but at this moment, they both shut their mouths at the same time. They didn't look sideways, as if Yi Xian was the one in charge of this place. Seeing this scene, Wen Xing and Chanas were both stunned, and a strong sense of suspicion surged in their eyes. In fact, Wen Xing's words just now seemed to be referring to Yi Xian, but his original intention was to say those words to Zhuo Fengtai and High Priest Huigu Lei of the Black Mosquito tribe. No matter how many demons there were in the Black Mosquito star, only Zhuo Fengtai and Huigu Lei were qualified to talk to him, the High Priest of the Imperial City, on such a formal occasion. However, the current situation was clearly not right. Zhang Wuji, who had just finished the ceremony and officially became the new Holy Son of the Black Mosquito tribe, strangely displayed an attitude that was superior to that of Zhuo Fengtai and Huigu Lei. Moreover, the two of them even looked submissive, as if they were willing to do so. Even the dozens of Black Hole Realm 10-star higher-ups of the Black Mosquito tribe behind the three were no exception. They were all like this. Wen Xing and Chanas naturally understood the significance of this scene, but this was too absurd. How could he have subdued the entire Black Mosquito tribe so quickly? Chapter 2996. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. Intrigue and intrigue. Originally, Wen Xing had planned to exchange a few pleasantries with Zhuo Fengtai and Grey Bone, then find an opportunity to shift the topic to Yi Xian. Using his lazy nature and lack of diligence in cultivation as an excuse, he reprimanded Yi Xian in public. This could be considered as a small preparation for the matter of making a move against Yi Xian in the near future. However, at this moment, as the strange scene in front of him caused him to feel bewildered, Wen Xing immediately dispelled this idea. There must be a reason behind this abnormality. In his opinion, based on Yi Xian's strength and methods, the scene in front of him should not have happened no matter what. This was enough to prove that Yi Xian must have some kind of powerful method that he did not know about before. Based on Wen Xing's scheming and cunning style, he obviously could not act rashly before he figured out all of this. After a round of pleasantries, Wen Xing's eyes flashed quickly. He finally brought up the important matter and began to probe Yi Xian with his words. Zhang Wuji, it seems that you are quite popular in the Black Mosquito tribe. Not only do the Great Commander and the High Priest support you, but even the entire Black Mosquito tribe's 10-star high-ranking officials are also. The smile on his face remained. Wen Xing seemed to have casually mentioned it. As he spoke, his gaze slowly swept across the faces of the Black Mosquito tribe's experts that he had mentioned. There was clearly a sense of scrutiny in his eyes. Unfortunately, in the end, he found nothing. Even if he were to use his mental power to carefully investigate the spirit source cores of the demon slaves present, Wen Xing would definitely not be able to find any problems, let alone examine them with his naked eyes. Yi Xian's mental power had already reached the 6th level, which was the same as his own. Moreover, the slave seal was so mysterious that Wen Xing had no chance at all. Only the 7th-grade Devil Emperor Mo Wen Tian, whose mental power surpassed Yi Xian's, would be able to do it himself. At this moment, as Wen Xing quickly examined all the Black Mosquito 10 stars higher-ups present, he did not find any abnormalities. The suspicion in his heart instantly grew stronger, and a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Even his words faintly revealed a hint of displeasure. Thinking back to those years, even when I was the high priest of the Black Mosquito tribe, the entire 10 stars higher-ups of the tribe were far from being so harmonious. Kid, you're good. Indeed, the younger generation will surpass us in time, so, it's passable. Actually, it's not a big deal, it's just that. Yi Xian sneered in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. Halfway through his sentence, he suddenly paused as if he was trying to keep Yi Xian in suspense. Completely subconsciously, Wen Xingdong immediately followed up and asked, "So what?" As soon as this sentence left his mouth, he suddenly realized that he was a little too naive. This kid in front of him was so mischievous, how could he tell the truth and solve his doubts? Yi Xian was secretly pleased, and quickly filled in the hole. He waved his hand and continued, "It's just that my character is too good, that's all. I can't help it. I've always been like this, winning people over with virtue." Between the words, it was obvious that he was insinuating that Wen Xing's character was bad, and that he couldn't win people over with virtue. All the experts present, without exception, understood it. Hui Gulei, Zhuo Fengtai, and the other demon slaves of Yi Xian were fine. No matter what they thought in their hearts, at least they didn't show any reaction on their faces. Hao Fangfang and Hao Deshuang, as well as some guards and ordinary priests of the Black Mosquito tribe who were trembling in fear, were so shocked by Yi Xian's words that their eyelids twitched. He dared to belittle the high priest of the imperial city in front of him, and in a situation where the high priest had the intention of denouncing him, all of this was too shocking. Hao Fangfang and Hao Deshuang felt that Yi Xian was getting stranger and stranger today, and they couldn't see through him. While the guards and priests of the ancestral temple were shocked, they quickly realized that the rumors were mostly true. If it wasn't for the fact that he was the illegitimate son of the Devil Emperor, this new holy son wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. As for Wen Xing and Chanaz beside him, they were obviously shocked by Yi Xian's words. For a moment, they were speechless and looked very embarrassed. Although they were furious, the two of them exchanged glances and suppressed their anger in the end. The more abnormal Yi Xian's performance was, the more intense the bewilderment in Wen Xing and Chanaz's hearts became. Now, before the truth was known, there was no possibility of them rashly falling out with him. Wen Xing felt that Yi Xian was very unlucky, and at the same time, he realized that Yi Xian was not easy to deal with. In terms of scheming and intelligence, even if he was not as good as Wen Xing, he could be considered as a little fox. In this way, the follow-up tests were obviously meaningless. Fortunately, this matter was not urgent. During this period of time, the entire Imperial fleet would stay in the star area with the Black Mosquito Star as their temporary base camp to carry out a search and investigation. There would be plenty of opportunities to investigate this matter. Thinking of this, Wen Xing's eyes flashed. He laughed and changed the topic. Yi Xian was not interested in chatting with him anymore, so he immediately sent a reminder signal to Zhuo Fengtai and Hui Gu Lei through the connection between him and the slave seal. Soon, the two of them took the initiative to speak up and catch up with Wen Xing. While seemingly chatting as usual, they led Wen Xing and Chanas to the left side hall of the ancestral temple, where they would stay for the night. The luncheon was very grand. After all, Chanas and Wen Xing were the commander of the Imperial fleet and the high priest of the Imperial city. It was rare for them to come to the Black Mosquito tribe, so they naturally could not be rude. However, all of this was done by Zhuo Fengtai and Hui Gu Lei. Yi Xian was not interested in socializing. Even at the luncheon, he did not speak much. He just ate and drank as if there was no one around. On the surface, he seemed to be a small character, but the Black Mosquito tribe's 10 stars higher-ups, who were sitting at a few large tables, glanced at him from time to time. The atmosphere of the entire banquet hall was clearly focused on Yi Xian alone. Wen Xing and Chanas exchanged glances. The doubts in their hearts were getting stronger and stronger. After the luncheon, Chanas left the Black Mosquito Star and entered the magic drive, which was hovering outside the atmosphere. He immediately took away part of the fleet's forces. In addition to the magic drive, which had a diameter of 20,000 meters, there were 2 galaxy-level fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters, and 5 nebula-level fortresses with a diameter of 5,000 meters. A total of 8 space fortresses of various sizes were activated at the same time. They whizzed away rapidly and disappeared into the vast void of space outside the atmosphere of the Black Mosquito Star in the blink of an eye. To everyone's surprise, the 8 bastions were heading straight for the wormhole that connected to the domain of the graveyard of the Third Universe. Chapter 2997. A famous burial. The Black Mosquito Bastion was the reason the Imperial fleet had come. That was why Chanas was leading 8 bastions of varying sizes away from the natural wormhole that led to the domain of the Fallen in the Third Universe. There was no doubt as to what his goal was. It was obvious that Chanas was planning to enter the natural wormhole and go to the domain of the graveyard of the Third Universe on the other side of the wormhole. There, he would search for the other bastions of the Demonkin Scout Corps and investigate the Black Mosquito thoroughly. At that time, not only would the fall of the Black Mosquito be confirmed, even the disappearance of the Black Wind would be discovered by Chanas. But that was not the main point. Most importantly, as soon as Chanas arrived in the domain of the buried domain, he would soon learn the truth. Before Yi Xian left the Graveyard Star region, news of Prince Xian's deeds had already spread. At the very least, it was like this on the Heavenly River planet. Almost everyone knew that the reason why Prince Xian was able to obtain such a huge amount of federal contribution points in such a short period of time was all because of the Devil Cultivator's Scout Fortress. This was definitely not a secret. Back then, Yi Xian had released several thousand experts of the Federation from the bottom level of the Black Mosquito and the Black Wind Scout Fortresses. Although these people would never reveal Yi Xian's identity under normal circumstances because they had sworn an oath, it was not a problem at all if it was just to prove that they had been saved by a human expert. Chanas would learn about this as soon as he arrived in the domain of the graveyard. From this, he deduced that the fall and disappearance of the 2 scout fortresses, the Black Mosquito ship and the Black Wind ship, were in fact not done by the human government, but by someone called Prince Xian. Furthermore, not only had Prince Xian abducted the 2 bastions of the Demonkin Scout Corps, he'd even taken them into the wormhole and arrived at the First Universe's Demonkin starfield. This way, once Channa's returned, the entire Demon-kin star zone would be turned upside down. Besides the Demon-kin race that occupied this star zone, the Heaven's Legacy race's slave forces in other regions of the first universe would most likely be sent over to assist in the search. The Demon Emperor definitely wouldn't dare to hide such a huge matter. What's more, Yi Xian was extremely suspicious that Channa's was a spy planted by the Tianji race in the Devil Emperor city. Even if the Devil Emperor didn't report Prince Xian's incident, Channa's would definitely expose it. Considering that Prince Xian was one of the princes from the human race's technological faction's Immortal dynasty who was conducting an ultimate trial, the value of his identity was absolutely shocking. When the time came, in order to find Prince Xian, even the Tianji clan would most likely send some of their clan's forces to the Demon Fiend Star Zone. In short, once the matter of Prince Xian was exposed, the Demon-kin Star Zone would be in chaos. The eyes of the entire first universe would be focused on them. Under such circumstances, no matter how well Yi Xian hid, the chances of him being exposed would still increase. After realizing this, a strong sense of crisis instantly enveloped Yi Xian's entire mind. Unfortunately, he was completely powerless to stop all of this, let alone change anything. The only thing he could do was to act as cautiously as possible after Channa's return to avoid making mistakes and exposing himself. Due to this consideration, Yi Xian had no choice but to change his strategy on how to deal with the high priest of the imperial city, Wenxing. His original plan was to infuriate Wenxing step by step and force him to impulsively attack him in public. At that time, Yi Xian would use the high-ranking members of the Black Mosquito 10 Stars as his slaves to trigger the resistance of all the experts of the Black Mosquito tribe's 10 major demon fiend tribes. In this way, the conflict between him and Wenxing would be completely exposed, and the secret schemes would be meaningless. On the surface, Yi Xian, a small new holy son, seemed to be insignificant. However, the Black Mosquito tribe was one of the 10 great tribes of the Demon Cultivator tribe, so it was no small matter. Once the matter was blown up and Yi Xian didn't make any serious mistakes, then Wenxing would be afraid of taking action and take the initiative to find a way to settle the matter. However, this method was obviously not suitable now. If he did that, the commotion would be too great. A newly appointed holy son was actually able to cause the entire tribe to step forward and fully support him after a conflict broke out between him and the high priest of the imperial city. This was really a little too monstrous, and it would attract countless unnecessary gazes. As long as the matter of Prince Xian didn't come to an end, Yi Xian could only keep a low profile as much as possible. If he attracted too much attention, he would be asking for trouble. Of course, it wasn't that he hadn't thought of killing him or using a slave seal to subdue him. However, after thinking about it for a while, these two methods were quickly rejected. Subduing him with a slave seal wasn't very likely. Not only was Wenxing a supreme entity at the Grotto Heaven realm, but he also had a grade 6 source core, which was the same as Yi Xian's. Even if he got a grade 11 or grade 12 slave seal and successfully planted it in Wenxing's body and smoothly completed the process of enslaving his source core, it would be hard to guarantee that nothing would happen after a long time. After all, the mind power Yi Xian used to condense the slave seal was at the same level as Wenxing's own mind power. Besides, Wenxing was a supreme Grotto Heaven realm high priest of the imperial city, so he definitely possessed a lot of secret mind techniques. While Yi Xian's mind power source core completed its 6th transformation and evolved into a grade 7 source core, using a slave seal to subdue Wenxing was basically impossible. The risk was too great. Killing him was even more out of the question. Wenxing's illustrious status was obvious, and he had come for Yi Xian. If he died unexpectedly, Yi Xian would be the first person to be suspected and scrutinized. No one else would be able to do that except for him. I can't kill him, but I can't subdue him either. Don't tell me I can only let him do as he pleases? As these thoughts flashed through Yi Xian's mind one after another, he found himself in a dilemma. He furrowed his brows and shook his head gloomily. Killing Wenxing isn't difficult. The difficult part is finding a method that are completely unrelated to me. This fellow is so crafty and slippery that normal schemes simply can't work on him. This really makes me speechless. This matter has to be settled before Chana's returns. Otherwise. Chana's? Halfway through his sentence, Yi Xian suddenly had a flash of inspiration. His eyes lit up as if he had suddenly grasped something. Then, he clapped his hands and laughed heartily. After going around in circles, I finally realized that the best strategy to deal with this old fellow was actually something he came up with himself. Ha ha ha, achoo, as Yi Xian clapped his hands and laughed heartily, Wen Xing, who had just sent someone to summon the Black Mosquito Tribe's High Priest Wugilii, suddenly sneezed in a room on the left side of the ancestral temple. Chapter 2998. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation First Universe Arrest Order Universe 3, in the vast territory of the 10,000 Luo Federation Human Races Science and Technology Factions Immortal Dynasty. Ever since Yi Xian had left Universe 3 and entered the natural wormhole that led to the first universe in the core of the Graveyard Domain, he had gone to the Demon Domain at the edge of the first universe. Rumors about Prince Xian had spread to one star zone after another in a short period of time. By now, not only had the Human Races Science and Technology Faction and the Cultivation Faction in Universe 3 known about this matter, but even the other races of the Federation in Universe 2 were aware of this matter and were discussing it incessantly. In particular, in the Heavenly River planet that Prince Xian had chosen to register as an interstellar mercenary of the Federation during this ultimate trial, all kinds of rumors about Prince Xian had spread to almost every corner of the planet. In this place, if one didn't know who Prince Xian was and what he had done, to put it in a slightly exaggerated manner, one would be too embarrassed to greet others when they went out. Although the heaven, earth, and human rankings of the Federation's contribution ranking could be browsed and checked at any one of the 10,000 Luo Federation's administrative planets, there were still a large number of Federation experts who had come to the Heavenly River planet due to its fame. They went to the Heavenly River planet's Federation Affairs platform, walked into the hall that dealt with interstellar mercenary affairs, and raised their heads to look at the Earth ranking. The Earth ranking contained the experts who ranked 101st to 1000th in the entire 10,000 Luo Federation's Federation contribution points. Yi Xian had rushed from the human ranking to the bottom of the Earth ranking in a short period of time. Today, his ranking on the Earth ranking was still the same as before. Even the punctuation mark hadn't changed. Earth ranking, 999th. Yi Xian, 8th level meteor state. Interstellar Mercenary Serial Number, the 131488080. Current Federation Contribution Points, 176878943, 30 million. Many experts in the current 10,000 Luo Federation could write out this string of information and data with their eyes closed. However, every day, a large number of experts from the Federation still came from outside of the Graveyard Domain. Nobody knew whether it was just to see what the place Prince Xian had registered as an interstellar mercenary, or to verify it with their own eyes, to see if Prince Xian's contribution points and data was as rumored, and hadn't changed for a very long time. Slowly, all kinds of rumors began to spread. Some people said that Prince Xian had already fallen. Everything related to his contribution points, cultivation data, and so on had been frozen at the moment before he fell. Some said that even if Prince Xian hadn't died, he must have been captured and imprisoned by the demon scouts the Heavenly Legacy race had sent to the depths of the domain of the graveyard. Someone even said with certainty that Prince Xian had saved him from a demon fortress. At the same time, a large number of experts from the Federation had also been saved. To be honest, all of them had contributed to Prince Xian translation Federation contribution points Prince Xian had earned in such a short time. This person also said that he was the last one to escape from the 10,000 Luo hell at the bottom of the space fortress. As soon as he stepped out of a spatial door in the shape of a black curtain of light, the passage to the 10,000 Luo hell was completely closed. The moment he stepped into the spatial door, Prince Xian's shouts from the 10,000 Luo hell behind him were still ringing in his ears. In short, Prince Xian had definitely not been able to escape. He was still locked up. The last statement could be said to be conclusive, but perhaps because it was too detailed, not many people believed it at first, and the everlasting dynasty didn't even bother to pay attention to it. However, as more and more voices appeared, this matter was gradually confirmed. However, the everlasting star of the everlasting dynasty still remained silent. It was at this moment that Chanaz arrived. As soon as he had been in the heart of the domain of the falling domain, he had established communication with the other 8 bastions of the Demon Scout Corps and summoned them to him. Soon after, with the arrival of the 8 Demon Scout fortresses, all the rumors about Prince Xian immediately reached Chanaz's ears. Just as Yi Xian had guessed, Chanaz was immediately overjoyed after being stunned for a moment. He had thought that the human race had seized the Black Mosquito ship and successfully infiltrated the First Universe. Now, it seemed that the Black Mosquito ship and the Black Wind ship had been abducted by a descendant of the human race. Moreover, this person was now in the demon fortress, isolated and without help. This was the descendant of the royal family of the Eternal Dynasty in the human race's technology camp. Moreover, his reputation among the human race's experts was clearly not to be underestimated. If they could capture him alive, it would definitely be a great achievement. With this kind of ecstasy, Chanaz embarked on his return journey the next day. He turned around and rushed straight into the wormhole in the universe. The 4 space fortresses of the Demon Fortress also left with him. If he wanted to claim credit from his master, the Heavenly Fate tribe, he had to prepare all the evidence and witnesses. However, as soon as Chanaz left, the Eternal Dynasty in the human race's technology camp learned that Chanaz had come to the graveyard domain but had hurriedly turned around and left the next day through a traitor of the Demon Fortress who had been bribed and planted in the Demon Fortress. Even the reason behind Chanaz's sudden arrival had been found out by this demon spy, and he had described it in detail in the intelligence report. That afternoon, in the depths of the Eternal Imperial City on the Eternal Star, in a palace, the mournful cries of a woman suddenly sounded. Xian, my Xian, So it's all true. You are really trapped in the demon fortress of the First Universe, alone and without help. Wu, Xian, hang in there a little longer. I won't leave you behind. With your current reputation and my efforts, even if it's the ultimate trial, so what? You seized 2 demon fortresses by yourself and then killed your way into the First Universe alone. Even your father didn't have such outstanding military achievements before he succeeded the throne. You should have passed the trial a long time ago. This time, let's see who dares to use the trial as an excuse to stop me from rescuing you. In the First Universe, near the entrance of the natural wormhole that connected to the Third Universe, whoosh! Whoosh! A total of 12 demon fortresses of different sizes shot out of the wormhole and landed in the depths of the demon fortress at the edge of the First Universe. Chanaz had returned. Return to the Black Mosquito Star immediately. At the same time, increase the power of the Demon King Star Network to the highest level. Search for the signal of the Heavenly Fate Star Network at all costs. Contact us immediately if you find anything. In the main hall of the Magic King Fortress on the top floor, as the order to search and connect to the Heaven's Legacy Races Star Network was issued, Chanaz immediately fell into a beautiful fantasy, grinning as he softly muttered. I should be able to contact the Heavenly Fate Star before returning to the Black Mosquito Star, so that old man won't take my credit. Chapter 2999. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Famous in the 3 dimensions. Only the overlord of the First Universe, the Tianji clan, had the right to issue a wanted order from the First Universe. Moreover, it was issued by the leader of the Tianji clan, De, personally. Only then could it be effective. Once it was issued, it could travel through the entire universe of the First Universe. Countless slave clans that were subordinate to the Tianji clan had to actively and unconditionally cooperate with it. Ever since the leader of the Tianji clan, De, killed Xingbo, the human race's technological pioneer who created the Tianji clan, and betrayed the human race. Until today, this kind of arrest order with the words, First Universe, added to it had only appeared less than 10 times. Every sudden appearance of a wanted order from the First Universe represented the impending turmoil that would engulf the entire universe of the First Universe. Even the human race that occupied the Third Universe, as well as the various clans in the Second Universe that formed the Wanluo Federation with the human race, would sometimes be involved. In the past, there had been several bounty notices in the First Universe. Those who were listed on the wanted list were all important figures of the human race or the Myriad Sifting Federation. Regardless of whether this person was famous or unknown before the bounty notice was issued, once his name appeared on the First Universe bounty notice issued by the Tianji clan, then this person would definitely be, in life, his name traveled across the universe, and after death, he would leave his mark in the annals of history. This was definitely not an exaggeration, but a fact. It was said that in a few powerful clans in the Second Universe's Wanluo Federation, there were several old monsters. Many years ago, they had made a bet. These old monsters would all enter the First Universe and do whatever they wanted to see who had the greatest ability to make the leader of the Tianji clan, DE, issue a wanted order from the First Universe in a fit of anger. The final result was very embarrassing. These old monsters all failed and left the First Universe dejectedly. It was said that one of the old monsters was so cruel that he even exterminated an entire slave clan of the Tianji clan. However, when the news reached De's ears, he waved his hand and threw it to the back of his mind. He didn't care at all. If not for this, Chanas wouldn't have been so agitated. Although he wasn't on the wanted list, if he could successfully get a wanted list from the First Universe, his name would resound throughout the First Universe as the #1 mastermind behind the creation of this wanted list. At that time, many people might not know who the commander of the Demon Imperial Guards in the Demon Imperial City was, but they would know who the mastermind behind the arrest warrant for Prince Xian of the human race in the First Universe was. It was said that luck could not be stopped when it came. That was what Chanas was feeling now. As the overlord of the First Universe, the Tianji clan could send out signals from the Tianji star net that could cover the entire First Universe. However, the demon domain was located at the edge of the First Universe. Therefore, the main Tianji star net signal here was not very strong. Most of the time, it could not be found. But this time, not long after Chanas gave the order, the Magic King Fortress found the star web signal of the Tianji main web and successfully connected with it. Immediately after that, Chanas worked hard to launch an exaggerated report that was almost jumping up and down. In the end, even he himself was a little doubtful about whether this Prince Xian that he had described was too much of a deification. What if he overreached himself and ended up making a fool of himself? With this anxiety, Chanas led the 11 space fortresses behind him. After half a day, they finally arrived at the Black Mosquito Star. At this time, the final result of the Tianji clan's handling of this matter finally arrived. There were 2 messages sent back to the Demon King. One was a secret commendation order that was not made public. It would be destroyed after reading it. Even the star net signal that transmitted this secret order would be completely destroyed. Only the central hub of the Tianji clan star net would have an archive. The other message was that Chanas, as the mastermind behind the scenes, had successfully gotten a wanted list from the First Universe. The wanted person listed on it was Prince Xian of the human race. Since it was a top-level order to travel through the entire universe, it was naturally impossible that only the Demon King Fortress that Chanas was in received it. At the same time, all the slave races of the Tianji clan in the First Universe, including those on the Demon King planet, received the exact same wanted list. Even the human race and the other races of the Myriad Luo Federation received this news one after another through certain special channels in the next half a day. In less than half a day, the 3 great planes of the universe were completely shaken. From this moment on, the hottest topic of discussion in almost every galaxy with a cultivator in the universe was this Prince Xian, who had been miserably listed as a fugitive. Yi Xian's name shook the 3 universes overnight. However, it was with an awkward identity that even he was depressed about and didn't want to admit. After the Tianji clan's wanted list was sent to the entire First Universe, only 6 to 8 hours later, some of the higher-ups of the human race in the Third Universe had already received news of this matter. There were several such existences in the undying planet of the human race's technological faction alone. Through them, the news quickly spread. No one tried to cover it up. Firstly, there was no need to. Secondly, it was impossible to cover it up. It was only a matter of time before such a shocking secret spread throughout the three universes. The undying planet of the Heavenly Underworld Empire, where the capital of the Heavenly Underworld Empire was located. Ever since Yi Xian had completely disappeared from the Fallen Star region and there were no more clues, Xianyuan Ziying had been disheartened and gloomily returned to the imperial capital, Heavenly Underworld Star. During this period of time, she had been cooped up in the Xianyuan clan and rarely went out. She had also received news of the Tianji clan's wanted list issued against Yi Xian. At this moment, she was completely stunned. Her mouth was slightly open as she stood there dumbfounded, as if she had been petrified. After a long time, the purplish warbler sighed faintly. She shook her head and smiled bitterly. This misunderstanding is getting worse and worse. It's to the extent that it has shocked the three universes. I wonder what kind of situation it will be when the truth is revealed in the future. However, at least we have a clue as to the whereabouts of Brother Yi and that girl, Lulua. Furthermore, with Prince Xian's reputation in the entire myriad Luo Federation, whether or not the undying planet believes that Brother Yi is Prince Xian, as the Tianji clan's wanted list spreads throughout the three universes, the undying royal family will definitely take action. Otherwise, they won't be able to convince the public and cause criticism. In the end, the foundation of the royal family will be shaken. It seems that it's time for me to depart. I'll wait in the graveyard star domain. If nothing unexpected happens, the fleet of the undying planet of the royal family will depart soon. Chapter 3000. A delaying tactic, is it really that simple? That kid only used some multi-pupil thought crystals to bribe all the black hole realm higher echelons of the Black Mosquito tribe? In the side hall of the ancestral temple, the high priest of the royal city, Wen Xing, frowned slightly as he looked at the extremely respectful high priest of the Black Mosquito tribe in front of him. It was unclear whether he was asking Grey Bone Rain or muttering to himself, but there was clearly a hint of suspicion in his voice. It was clear that he did not quite believe this. It was already night, but it wasn't the night of Yi Xian's Holy Sun ceremony, but the fourth day. It had already been 3 days since the commander of the Demon Imperial Guards, Chanas, left with the 8 space fortresses. During these 3 days, the high priest of the imperial city, Wen Xing, would summon the high priest of the Black Mosquito tribe every night. Huigu Lu was originally the great priest of the Black Mosquito tribe. He had supported him and promoted him to the position of Holy Sun when he was still the great priest of the Black Mosquito tribe. It could be said that Huigu Lu and Wen Xing had always been in close contact over the years. Therefore, regarding the strangeness of Yi Xian, Wen Xing didn't need to ask anyone else. He didn't even need to investigate. He only needed to summon Huigu Lu and he would know everything. On the night of Yi Xian's Holy Sun ceremony, he summoned Huigu Lei over and immediately began probing him with his spiritual power. Unfortunately, the result was as Yi Xian had guessed. There were no clues at all. Yi Xian's slave seal had been condensed with a level 6 mind power, while Huigul had a level 6 source core. Given the mysteries of the slave seal, Luo Yunyang simply couldn't see any clues. Subsequently, Wen Xing began to verbally question Huigu Lei. However, Huigu Lei had already received instructions from Yi Xian before he came over, so his response was flawless. Even his attitude towards Wen Xing was the same as before. In private, Huigu Lei treated Wen Xing like a disciple, which was completely different from Wen Xing's attitude when he first arrived. Today, Wen Xing had once again summoned Huigu Lei and brought up the old matter again. It was because he was still doubtful about Huigu Lei's reply and didn't completely believe it. It just so happened that Huigu Lu didn't have any reason to deceive him. So, at this moment, even when Xing was slightly hesitant, and he wondered if he could make a move against that kid, Zhang Wuji, indeed. With a respectful expression, Huigu Lu's reply was exactly the same as yesterday, that kid is very vigilant. High Priest, you only ordered me to watch him and urge him to cultivate, but he clearly caught something from it. The night before the ceremony, he came to me and Zhuo Fengtai and took out 4 8-eyed silver crystals on the spot. You also know that this kind of sacred object is to us. At that time, I hesitated because I knew that once you, High Priest, came and dealt with this brat, these 8-eyed silver crystals would also fall into our hands. But Zhuo Fengtai was overjoyed, and he had people in the imperial city, so I was afraid. What made me even more speechless was that Zhang Wuji still didn't feel reassured, and he actually asked us to invite all the Black Hole Realm experts of the Black Hole Realm who came to watch the ceremony. He gave them all gifts. To achieve this goal, the kid took out a small space box, and there were actually 4 8-eyed sacred objects inside, as well as hundreds of 7-eyed, 6-eyed, and 7-eyed. He also gave the 4 8-eyed sacred objects to me and Zhuo Fengtai. Zhuo Fengtai's eyes lit up when he received 4 8-eyed sacred objects for free. Although I was anxious for your sake, I couldn't be too insistent in case Zhuo Fengtai became suspicious. So, I could only follow their wishes and summon all the Black Hole Realm experts who came to watch the ceremony. You should be able to guess what happened next. Although the kid didn't take out any more 8-eyed sacred crystals, the Black Hole Realm experts of the Black Hole Realm all accepted 3 or 4 6-eyed and 7-eyed sacred crystals from him. To them, the effect of buying people's hearts was exactly the same as Zhuo Fengtai and I receiving a few 8-eyed sacred crystals. Moreover, the kid also told us that he gave a large number of multi-eyed sense crystals to the Demon King in the Demon Imperial City, and also told us about you, High Priest. He also said that Imperial Uncle Mo Qigong thought highly of him and wanted to take him as his disciple. However, he was worried that you would be too harsh on him when you came to the Black Mosquito tribe this time, so he asked us to help him put on a show when you come. That's why when you came that day, all of us obeyed his orders. It's really a waste of money. In addition, we all thought that since the Demon King had taken advantage of him, and he had the backing of Imperial Uncle Mo Qigong, this kid would most likely have a bright future. Anyway, since we've taken advantage of him, we'll just go with the flow and let him owe us a favor. When he becomes successful in the future, if he's summoned to the Demon Imperial City, we will definitely benefit. This was what Yi Xian had told Huigu Lu. It was a delaying tactic that Yi Xian had come up with after he learned that Chanas had gone to the third universe. At this moment, Huigu Lu had repeated it to Wen Xing for the second time. After 3 days of observation, Wen Xing found that it was indeed the case. Unconsciously, he was relieved, so he didn't wait for Huigu Lu to finish, but waved his hand immediately. He said impatiently, okay, you've already said these words before. It's not that this high priest doesn't believe you, so why do you need to repeat it so much? I didn't expect this kid surnamed Zhang to be so cunning. He actually saw through it and came up with a countermeasure in a roundabout way. In this way, it's not convenient to get rid of him immediately. After all, whether it's Zhuo Fengtai or the Black Hole 9 stars, the higher-ups of the Black Hole already know about this. Speaking of this, Wen Xing's eyes flashed and he sighed a little unwillingly, forget it, I'll just let him live for a few more days. Everything will wait until Commander Jia returns. But one thing is completely certain, that is, this kid really has a lot of multi-pupil divine crystals in his hands. I'm afraid even the number of 8 pupil divine crystals is astonishing. Otherwise, how could he be willing to give you and Zhuo Fengtai 4 of each? He's really lucky. I don't know what he encountered in the Saint Devil Forbidden area that day, but he actually gained so much. Peng. Not good, High Priest, something big has happened. Just as he said this, a confidant of Huigu Lu suddenly rushed in from the door of the side hall. It was probably because he knew that Huigu Lu had a close relationship with Wen Xing, so there was no need to be too polite. In addition, this matter was really shocking, so he actually rushed in directly. His face was full of shock. Seeing that Wen Xing and Huegu Lu both turned their heads to look at him at the same time, he immediately reported with panic, "I just received a signal from the Tianji main network. The Tianji clan's headquarters issued a warning to the entire First Universe and issued a wanted order in the First Universe. It's related to the matter of our Black Mosquito ship. It's a person called Prince Xian." Chapter 3001. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio digging a hole to bury Wen Xing. What? An arrest warrant from the First Universe? Even the Celestial Legacy race has been alerted? To create such a scene, it is indeed a big matter. Prince Xian? The prince of an everlasting dynasty? How dare he stay in the demon domain after robbing our Black Mosquito ship? Does he have 3 heads and 6 arms? He's too bold. When they suddenly heard this news, the expressions of Wen Xing and Huegu changed drastically. They both cried out in alarm. Of course, the latter was faking it. He'd already known about this from Yi Xian. The reason Yi Xian told him and Zhuo Fengtai about this was to prepare in advance. However, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't say too much about his own identity. Therefore, Zhuo Fengtai and Huegu Lei probably thought of him as that Prince Xian. At this time, a priest from the ancestral temple walked in and reported to Huegu Lei that the fleet led by the Demon King's guard had just returned. This was what Wen Xing had told Huegu Lei to inform him as soon as Chanas returned. In fact, Chanas had been back for a while. However, because the space fortresses were outside the atmosphere of the Black Mosquito star, they weren't immediately detected by the Black Mosquito City. The priest in the ancestral temple only found out because Chanas had brought a few guards and steered several small patrol ships into the Black Mosquito star and arrived at the peak of the Black Mosquito Peak. As soon as the priest finished his report, the radiant Chanas strode into the side hall. A few of the Demon King's trusted subordinates remained outside the hall. "Ha ha ha, High Priest, this trip to the graveyard star field, the front line of the Third Universe, wasn't in vain. I didn't expect to find out such important news. This is a shocking secret that the Celestial Legacy race would issue an arrest warrant from the First Universe." Walking into the side hall, Chanas walked in with large strides while laughing heartily. He seemed to be in high spirits and very proud of himself. Wen Xingdong furrowed his brows as a thought flashed through his mind. He instantly guessed the cause and effect of this matter. It seemed that the wanted order issued by the Tianji clan in the First Universe was clearly done by Chanas. As the commander of the Demon King's guard and a trusted subordinate of the Demon King, he contacted the Celestial Legacy race in private without reporting such an important matter to the Demon King. This was clearly to ask for credit. Could it be that this person had been bribed by the Celestial Legacy race as he had guessed? If so, then he was clearly a spy planted by the Celestial Legacy race by the Demon King's side. I presume the High Priest already knows about this matter. The Demon King also received the arrest warrant issued by the Celestial Legacy race in the First Universe not long ago. At this point, Chanas keenly noticed the displeasure that flashed across Wen Xing's face. His eyes couldn't help but freeze for a moment before he abruptly changed the topic. However, this Chanas seemed to have been a little too reckless back then. Due to the importance of this matter, I was worried that Prince Xian of the human race would take the opportunity to slip away. That would be too much of a pity, so in a moment of panic, I didn't think too much and directly reported this news to the Tianji clan. "High Priest, you have to help me say a few more words. I still haven't dared to report this to the Demon King. When I realized it, it was already too late. I regret it so much. This is a small matter. It's fine. I'll talk to the Demon King later. Commander Chanas is also thinking about this mission. You're worried that the so-called Prince Xian will escape." Wen Xingdong sneered in his heart, but did not show it on his face. He casually responded to Chanas, then turned his head to look at the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest, Huegu Lu. Alright, hurry up and make the arrangements. Zhuo Fengtai is probably looking for you right now. The arrest warrant issued by the First Universe is no small matter. All the vassal races in the vast territory of the First Universe are obligated to send out fleets and take the initiative to share the search mission. Therefore, I presume that before long, there will be experts from some races and official fleets entering the demon territory. In addition, of the 2 scout fortresses that Prince Xian took away, the Black Wind was one, and the Black Mosquito was the other. Therefore, the search forces of these extraterritorial races will most likely focus on the Black Wind territory and the Black Mosquito territory. Hurry up and make the arrangements. We can't let anything else go wrong. This time, the Black Mosquito was at the front line of the Third Universe, the Graveyard territory, and fell. Therefore, although the Demon King is furious, he has no intention of implicating the Black Mosquito tribe. However, if something else goes wrong in the search operation later on, it will be hard to say. In response, Huigulu showed a timely and extremely worried expression. He immediately bid farewell and left in a hurry. After leaving the side hall of the ancestral temple, he did not go to the great commander's official residence in the Black Mosquito City. Instead, he went directly to the side hall to the right of the Holy Sun in Yixian. At this moment, Zhuo Fengtai happened to be in the side hall to the right of the Holy Sun. He had also rushed over to report to Yixian as soon as he received the arrest warrant from the First Universe. So, that bastard Chanas is already back. Yixian did not know about the arrest warrant from the First Universe before. It was only after he had asked Zhuo Fengtai about it that he found out how shocking this damn thing was. While they were talking, the high priest of the Black Mosquito tribe, Huigulu, stepped in and said, "Chanas is indeed back. He just went to Wenxing." Then, Huigulu told Yixian that Chanas had bypassed the Demon King planet and privately reported the information he had obtained from the Graveyard territory, the frontline of the Third Universe, to the Heavenly Fate clan. This was the reason why the Heavenly Fate clan had issued the arrest warrant from the First Universe. In that case, no wonder the Heavenly Fate clan reacted so quickly. Chanas has just returned, and they even issued the arrest warrant. It turns out that it was all Chanas' doing. When he heard that the situation was actually like this, Yixian's face immediately showed a look of realization. Then, his eyes flashed, and the corners of his mouth slowly outlined a rather playful and mysterious smile. It seems that there is indeed something wrong with Chanas. I'm afraid that from this arrest warrant incident, both the Demon King Mo Wentian and the High Priest of the Imperial City, Wenxing, will be suspicious. I was just worried about how to deal with Wenxing. This is great. This is simply a godsend opportunity. Speaking of this, Yixian turned his head and glanced at Huigulu. He ordered, "All right, the arrest warrant has been issued. You guys should do what you need to do. If there are no important changes, don't come to my place so that Chanas and Wenxing won't be suspicious again. In addition, when you go out, inform Mosquito Butcher, who is waiting in the hall outside, to go to the right side hall of Wenxing and wait in the distance. Once Chanas leaves, report back to me immediately." Zhuo Fengtai and Huigulu immediately acknowledged and turned to leave. Chapter 3002. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio Fortress. Breaking out of the wormhole. The Heaven's Legacy race was the fully deserving overlord of the First Universe. Now that the Heaven's Legacy race had personally issued this arrest warrant in the First Universe, the large number of slave races in the First Universe that were subordinate to the Heaven's Legacy race would more or less send out a search party in response to this matter. The only record of the Black Mosquito ship being found in the First Universe was in the Demon Kin Star Zone. Therefore, when the slave races responded to the arrest warrant and sent out search parties, they all locked onto the vast Demon Kin Star Zone as their search target. In addition, when the Black Mosquito ship was found, it was attacking the Black Mosquito tribe's trial team that had gone to the Demon Royal planet for the Saint Trial. Therefore, the Black Mosquito Star area would become the most important search area in the entire Fiend Star area. Although another scout fortress, the Black Wind, had also fallen into the hands of Prince Xian of the everlasting dynasty of the human race. The Black Wind Starfield, which was related to the Black Wind Starfield, would also be the focus of the search. However, the Black Mosquito Star area was the most important search area. Almost everyone knew this. After all, the Black Mosquito ship couldn't have attacked the Black Mosquito tribe's trial team for no reason. In order to investigate this matter, the experts of the slave clans would focus their main forces on the Black Mosquito tribe. The Imperial clan's fleet led by Chanas had come to thoroughly investigate this matter. In addition, the Tianji clan had issued the order for arrest in the First Universe. As the controller of the star area, the Fiend tribe would definitely become the main force of this search operation. Therefore, Chanas would have to do his best to search in the coming days. As for Wen Xing, as the high priest of the imperial city of the Fiend tribe, he was only here to supervise. He was equivalent to a military governor. Therefore, there was no need for him to follow the battleship around the star area. He could just stay on the Black Mosquito Star. This was indeed the case. After a brief discussion with Wen Xing, Chanas walked out of the right side hall of the Black Mosquito tribe's ancestral temple. Together with his trusted subordinates of the Devil Royal Guards, he boarded the patrol ship and soared into the sky, returning to the royal fleet outside the atmosphere of the Black Mosquito Star. He would draw up a detailed search plan as soon as possible and start the search as soon as possible. As the military governor, Wen Xing did not care about these specific matters. He remained in the Black Mosquito tribe's ancestral temple. This was exactly what Yi Xian wanted to see. Hence, when the wretched mosquito slayer returned and reported the news of Chanas's departure, Yi Xian grinned and immediately left the Saint's side hall. Immediately after, he summoned the Dongshu shuttle in the darkness of the night and charged into the sky. After exiting the atmosphere, he headed straight for the flagship of the royal fleet that was suspended outside the Black Mosquito Star's atmosphere. In other words, it was the gigantic cosmic fortress with a diameter of 20,000 meters. When they got close, Yi Xian walked out of the void cave shuttle, raised his hand, and stored it into the undying world within his body. He used his physical body to traverse the void and head towards the passage that the Demon King had just opened. Smiling politely, Yi Xian cupped his hands and said, "I am Zhang Wuji, the holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe. I have something important to report to Commander Jia. Please inform him." At the same time, at the edge of the Devil Domain, in the natural wormhole not too far away from the Black Mosquito tribe's Black Mosquito Star domain, a gigantic space fortress whizzed out of the wormhole. This gigantic space fortress was even larger than the diameter of the 20,000-meter Devil Emperor. It had reached a terrifying 50,000 meters. A diameter of 50,000 meters was the limit of space fortresses. It was a cosmic fortress. Since a diameter of more than 50,000 meters could no longer be called a space fortress, it had already stepped into the category of a space fortress. Hence, a 50,000-meter cosmic fortress was also known as a small fortress. And now, this space fortress that had rushed out of the wormhole was a small fortress. Judging from the fact that the wormhole was connected to the third universe, where the human clan lived, this small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters was most likely related to the human clan. In fact, this was indeed the case. This pitch-black, circular, gigantic fortress that was densely covered with countless small beehive-like folds came from the immortal dynasty of the human race. It was called the Heaven Cutter. Attack was the meaning of a crusade. Heaven meant the Tianji tribe, not the heaven of the world. The Heaven Cutter meant to suppress the Tianji tribe. The human race of the third universe had two camps. The science and technology camp was ruled by the Immortal dynasty. The dynasty's capital was under the Immortal Star, and the empires were under its control. Under the empires, there were small countries. Although this kind of 50,000-meter diameter astral fortress could be found in every small country under the empire, the three great empires didn't need to be mentioned. They had quite a few 50,000-meter diameter astral fortresses, and they even had true astral fortresses with 100,000-meter diameters. However, the heaven-sundering battleship that had just burst out of the wormhole had nothing to do with the three empires and the countless smaller countries under the jurisdiction of the dynasty. It was established on the Immortal planet. The generals and soldiers inside the heaven-sundering battleship were all soldiers of the dynasty from the Immortal planet. Even an insignificant warrant officer among them would not dare to underestimate them in the three empires, especially the smaller countries under the jurisdiction of the three empires. In the Immortal dynasty, whether it was the three empires or the countless small countries under the three empires, their official armies were all independent. Although the military ranks were similar, for example, the soldiers were all privates, second-class soldiers, first-class soldiers, corporals, sergeants, and staff sergeants. The military ranks started from warrant officers, followed by second lieutenant, first lieutenant, captain, major, lieutenant colonel, colonel, brigadier general, major general, lieutenant general, 1 to 5-star generals, and the last marshal. However, although many countries in the science and technology camp had this uniform military rank system, the military ranks of each country were different. Any general of a small country was only a general of the small country's military, and had nothing to do with the other small countries. It was impossible for them to be compared to the higher-level empires or dynasties. The fleet commanders under them might not even be comparable to a small major in the imperial army after they arrived at the Immortal dynasty. It could be said that in the entire science and technology camp, the military generals of the Immortal Star were definitely important figures no matter where they went, whether it was in an empire or a small country under an empire. The value of a military rank was too high. A major general from the Immortal Star would be honored as an honored guest in the imperial capitals of the three empires. However, if it was a minor country under the empire, the monarchs could only bow and scrape in front of them. The highest commander of this small fortress on the Heaven Cutter was actually a general from the Immortal army. From this, it could be seen how important Prince Xian was to the Immortal dynasty. The general of the Immortal army was an existence that would cause a sensation even in the three imperial capitals. Chapter 3003. Rise of the Devil Domain. There were many planes in the universe. This could be roughly deduced from the fact that some of the natural wormholes in the three universal planes were connected to some unknown voids and planes. However, there were only three universe planes that were confirmed to be safe, stable, and connected to each other by natural wormholes. They were the first universe, the second universe, and the third universe. The former was occupied by the celestial legacy race and their many slave races, while the races of the second universe joined forces with the human race that occupied the third universe to form the Myriad Net Federation to resist the celestial legacy race. The war between the heavenly legacy race and the Myriad Luo Federation broke out every few decades. Sometimes, it happened in the domain of the graveyard of the third universe, and sometimes it happened in the second universe. But sometimes, the allied forces of the Myriad Luo Federation would also attack the first universe. The wormhole exit from the second universe to the first universe was in another star sector, but the wormhole exit from the third universe to the first universe was in the demon sector. Thus, once the immortal dynasties of the human race started a war with the heavens legacy race, and they even took the initiative to travel from the third universe to the enemy's base in the first universe, the flames of war would start in the demon domain. If one were to say that the domain of the graveyard was the front line of the third universe, then the domain of the falling stars was the front line. In that case, the Demonkin star area was the front line of the first universe. Just as the Demonkin race was very familiar with the domain of the graveyard of the domain of the fallen in the third universe, the army of the immortal dynasty was very familiar with the domain of the demons as well. Even Naples, the general of the immortal dynasty, couldn't tell how many times he had been to the domain of the demons. But the most recent one was 50-some years ago, the final battle between the heavens legacy race and the human race. And now, after 50 years, because of Prince Xian, the war between the Tianji tribe and the human race's technology camp had finally begun once again. With the arrival of the fortress fleet led by Admiral Naples, the flames of war would soon reignite in the Demon-kin star zone. 11 bastions, 10 of which were the same size as Channa's Devilbane, were 20,000 meters in diameter. There was also the flagship, Heaven's Valiant, 50,000 meters in diameter. This force might not be able to sweep through the entire Demon-kin star zone, but it would have no problem crushing the Black Mosquito star zone, which was the closest to the wormhole. At the very least, this was absolutely the case before the search parties of the Celestial Legacy race's slave races arrived because of the first universe's bounty issued by the Celestial Legacy race. At this moment, the 11 immortal armies from the human Eternal Empires all activated their concealment formations as soon as they charged out of the wormhole and landed outside the Demon-kin galaxy. They immediately concealed their traces and whistled away silently. Their target was the Black Mosquito Star. At this moment, Yi Xian was on the flagship of the royal fleet, the Magic Ruler, which Channa's was overseeing. Whether it was him, Channa's, or all the demon experts in the royal fleet, none of them knew that there was a powerful immortal army from an immortal dynasty of the human race right now. After descending in the Demon-kin star area, they maintained a concealed state and were charging this way at extreme speed. "Are you serious?" After hearing what Yi Xian said to him in a friendly manner, Channa's eyes flashed. Although he tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart, his livid face clearly betrayed his thoughts at this moment. How can I joke about this? Besides, if this is not the case, I can't make it up. Whether it is true or not, Commander Channa should analyze it yourself. Don't you have an answer? Seeing Channa's reaction, Yi Xian was secretly delighted, but he put on an aggrieved expression, as if he was being doubted even though he had poured out his heart. After a short pause, he seemed to have thought it through and continued, "This is such a coincidence. Previously, when we were in the Forbidden Valley of the inner city of the Demon Emperor, I saw that old man when Xing was up to no good. He said that he was concerned about my cultivation and asked me not to leave the Black Mosquito Star without permission. He said that he would come to check the results of my cultivation soon. Does he really think that I am a fool? He obviously suspects that I still have a large number of consciousness crystals in my hands. I am being targeted by a thief. It's fine if he wants the consciousness crystals, but the key is that he wants to kill me for money, so he wants to kill me to prevent the news from leaking out. It was not easy for me to become the holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe, but I am going to die before I can enjoy it. Am I not wronged? So, when I heard that he would come with Commander Channa's fleet, I panicked. In order to save my life, I took out more than half of the consciousness crystals that I had kept for myself and used them to buy people's hearts. Huegu Lu and Zhuofengtai each took 4 of my 8-eyed divine crystals. And the Black Hole Realm Senior of the Black Mosquito Star 10 stars also took some of my blood sweat crystals. It's a good thing that they're loyal enough, but it's mostly because I deliberately revealed Duke Qigong's admiration for me, as well as the Demon King receiving a lot of benefits from me. That day, when Commander Jia and Wen Xing arrived together, they even cooperated with me to put on a show that made Wen Xing suspicious. He hasn't done anything to me these days. Coincidentally, because he accepted my offer and believed that I would be summoned to the Devil Emperor planet by Mr. Qigong in the future, the Black Hole Realm expert in charge of the star network on the Black Mosquito Star reported the secret to me just now. He said that Huegu Lei and Wen Xing secretly contacted the star network of the Black Mosquito Star through the center of the star network of the Black Mosquito Star and sent a secret report to the Devil Emperor. Just now, when Commander Channa's left, he reported that Commander Channa's was a spy planted by the Heavenly Fate clan and that he had been bought over by the Heavenly Fate clan. He said things like that. He is obviously being careful. I can't stand it anymore. After saying that, Yi Xian purposely pretended to be embarrassed. With a flip of his hand, he took out a small spatial box and stuffed it into Channa's pocket. At the same time, he lowered his voice and said nervously, "Commander Channa's, you know that I have already offended this old man. Now that I have such a good opportunity, of course I want him to die. But I can't let you work for nothing. Hey, I do have some blood sweat crystals, but not many. 8 pupils only has 9. I'll keep 3 for myself in the future, okay? The remaining 6 are all in here. Commander Chanas, whether or not we can get rid of this big problem depends on you. Also, Commander Chanas, if you have the chance in the future, you have to help me. When I become the High Priest of the Black Mosquito tribe, I will definitely repay you. You are quite ambitious, aren't you? You have just become the Holy Sun, and you already have your eyes on the High Priest of Huigulu? Chanasi obviously believed Yi Xian's words and laughed sinisterly. Although he despised Yi Xian in his heart, when he thought about it, it would be beneficial to him as well. If there was a chance in the future, it wouldn't be a big deal for him to help. Chapter 3004. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio. Playing the target. It had to be said that the image that Yi Xian had created for himself in Chanasi's mind was actually quite successful. From a certain point of view, this was clearly an unintentional result. First of all, in order to find time to leave as soon as possible in the inner city of the Demon Emperor, Yi Xian had deliberately shown his enthusiasm and even obsession with the position of Black Mosquito Tribe Holy Sun when resolving the crisis. He had even bribed Mo Qigong in public. Then, when choosing the space fortress that the Demon Emperor Mo Wentian had personally approved as a supply for the Black Mosquito Tribe, Yi Xian had deliberately chosen from a list in order to get the treasure-level fortress. After choosing a junk, he had faced the opposition of Zhuo Licheng and Zhuo Hongwu, using his identity as the Holy Sun to rudely confront them. He had been so angry that he would rather suffer losses than go back on his words and lose face. Finally, after returning to the Black Mosquito Star, he had sat on the position of Holy Sun for a few more days in order to save his life. He had even planned to get the position of High Priest of the Grey Bone Condor tribe and so on. All of this had successfully created an image of a true villain in Chanasi's mind. Chanasi despised such an existence, but he did not think that he would be a threat to himself. On the contrary, he was the commander of the guards of the Demon Emperor city, a trusted aide of the Demon Emperor. He believed that no matter how ambitious Yi Xian was, he would not dare to dream of replacing the Demon Emperor, right? Therefore, in his heart, he also knew that no matter how successful he was in the future, the most he could do was to hang around in the Demon Emperor city and become a passable official. Under such circumstances, he would only try to curry favor with Chanas. It was impossible for him to have any intention of scheming against Chanas. In fact, if Wen Xing had not taken the initiative to scheme against him, he would not have had time to curry favor with Wen Xing. It just so happened that Chanasi, as a spy who had been bought by the Tianji clan and planted beside the Demon Emperor Mo Wentian, also needed to cultivate his own team of trusted aides. The impression that Yi Xian gave him was that he could not be trusted, but he could be supported and used. And now, Chanas had such thoughts. Because of this, now that he believed Yi Xian's words, he no longer avoided the taboo in his words. In any case, the relationship between Wen Xing and Yi Xian, in his opinion, was already that of a mortal enemy. No matter what he said, there was no need to avoid him. It's not difficult to kill Wen Xing. Although he's a high priest and is proficient in the secret arts of spiritual power and divine sense, I have the Demon King and the entire fleet in my hands. At worst, I can just kill him. He's only at the first level of the Grotto Heaven realm. No matter how powerful his secret arts of spiritual power are, can he withstand the might of the annihilation meteor cannon of the Demon King fortress? As he spoke, Chanas seemed to have sunk into deep thought. Even the words that came out of his mouth seemed to be muttering to himself. Yi Xian naturally knew about the annihilation meteor cannon. Generally speaking, planetary-level warships with a length of 1,000 meters and stellar-level warships with a length of 3,000 meters were only equipped with ordinary star cannons. Only the smaller fortresses with a diameter of 5,000 meters and the larger fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters were equipped with the real star cannons. However, even the star-obliterating cannon couldn't really blast a small meteor into nothingness with a single shot, leaving not even a speck of dust. Previously, Yi Xian had used the Black Mosquito and the Black Wind to bombard Zhuo Hongwu's 3,000-meter-long Fengting ship at the same time. After a round of simultaneous bombardment, the Fengting ship was only blasted into 3 pieces. This was clear proof. But although there were many kinds of energy cannons on the giant fortresses with a diameter of 20,000 meters, the most powerful one was the upgraded version of the star cannons on the larger and smaller fortresses. It was called the Annihilation Meteor Cannon. If the energy cannons were to be used at full power and without regard to the cost, the energy beam fired by the giant fortress's Annihilation Meteor Cannon could reach a diameter of 5,000 meters. If the cannons were to be fired at full power, everything in front of them would be completely annihilated. It could be said that the effect of using the giant fortress's Annihilation Meteor Cannon to kill a Grotto Heaven Realm expert like Wen Xing was basically no different from Yi Xian using the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn to kill him. There was no suspense. Even the drawbacks of these two methods were present now. The Weeping Soul Bloodhorn was inconvenient to be exposed. And if the Annihilation Meteor Cannon of the Demon King was to be used to kill Wen Xing, it would be difficult to explain later. What a pity, Chanas seemed to have thought of this point at this moment. He sighed unwillingly. Alas! Although it is convenient to use the Annihilation Meteor Cannon of the Demon King to kill Wen Xing, and there is almost no chance of failure. At most, more unlucky people will be buried with him. But there needs to be a reason to do so. It seems that I can only think of a way to get rid of him secretly. Hearing this, Yi Xian immediately became anxious. If I can get rid of him secretly, why would I ask you for help? If that was really the case, once Wen Xing died, there would be many suspicious gazes immediately converging on him. And if Wen Xing was killed by the Annihilation Meteor Cannon of the Demon King in front of everyone's eyes, Yi Xian could sit back and relax. Therefore, it was necessary to correct Chanas's wrong idea. It was not good to be afraid of trouble. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately said tentatively, "Commander Cha, Old Ghost Wen Xing is a supreme existence of the Grotto Heaven realm. Even if you are the same, or even stronger than him, I'm afraid that you don't have the confidence to crush and kill him, right? If we do it secretly and let him escape, I'm afraid our situation will be even more awkward. On the contrary, if we kill him openly, as long as the reason is barely passable, it will be more believable. After all, if we don't have the confidence, who would dare to kill the high priest of the imperial city like this? Didn't he say that you are a spy of the Tianji clan? Commander Cha, if worst comes to worst, you can just bite back and say that he is the spy afterwards? Anyway, the dead tell no tales. Besides, the demon race is still a subsidiary race of the Tianji clan. Even the Demon King would not dare to make such a big deal out of this matter. So, even if he is suspicious, he will definitely turn it into a small matter in the end. As time goes by, I believe that Commander Cha will have a way to resolve everything. Besides, I am a living person, can't I beat a dead ghost like Wen Xing? Yes, this is an open scheme. As long as Wen Xing is dead, everything will be up to this commander to decide. The Demon King, that. Sir, even if he doesn't believe it, would he dare to make a big deal out of this matter? Ha ha ha, Chanasi's eyes instantly lit up. He raised his head and laughed loudly, then turned to look at Yi Xian. His eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of admiration. Brat, although you're a bit wretched, you're actually quite quick-witted. This commander hasn't been able to get around this for a while, wretched? Chapter 3005. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Invasion of the Human Race, Rumble, Rumble. Right at this moment, a series of earth-shattering roars suddenly sounded. The Demon King fortress that Yi Xian and Chanas were in started to shake violently. This was clearly the rhythm of an attack. Yi Xian and Chanas were stunned for a moment, then their expressions changed drastically. They had a bad premonition. After all, this was the Black Mosquito Star, and there was clearly a huge fleet stationed here. Under such circumstances, someone actually dared to launch a surprise attack on the flagship of the entire fleet, the Demon King. Even a fool would know that this was not a simple matter. At least, the other party must be extremely confident and believe that in terms of strength or combat power, he was definitely not weaker than the royal fleet from the Demon Emperor Star. Otherwise, wouldn't his actions be equivalent to courting death? If that was the case, it was obviously a big problem for Channa's and Yi Xian. Black Mosquito Ship? It must be the Black Mosquito Ship and the Black Wind Ship. Damn it, that Prince Xian has appeared. After being stunned for a few moments, Channa's seemed to have thought of something. His expression kept changing, and in the end, he was actually ecstatic. He gritted his teeth. Lunatic. That guy dared to come from the third universe to the first universe controlled by the Tianji clan alone. He's obviously a lunatic. From the looks of it, it's understandable that he took the initiative to attack the royal fleet now. Ha ha ha, the heavens are truly helping me. As long as I can capture this Prince Xian, the merit I'll receive will be far greater than what I received from the third universe and reported to the Tianji clan. This bastard Prince Xian is truly this commander's lucky star. Whether or not I can leave the Demon Dweller Star region and be promoted to the Tianji clan's base camp will all depend on him. Ha ha ha, to the side, Yi Xian had long since been stunned by Channa's words. The black lines on his forehead crawled out once more, and his expression gradually became strange. However, from Channa's words, he at least unexpectedly obtained an important piece of information. Not only was Channa's a spy planted by the Tianji clan on the Demon Emperor Star, but this person's goal seemed to be to leave the Demon Emperor Star as soon as possible and go to the Tianji clan's base camp. This seemed to be useless now, but it might be useful in the future. Great. Great Commander, this is bad. It was at this moment that two demon royal guards stumbled in, their faces full of fear and panic. Before Channa's could say anything, one of them said, "Enemy attack. We're under attack." Pa. Are you blind? What's wrong with me? What's more, the demon ruler is already shaking like this. Do you think I don't know this is an enemy attack? Am I stupid? Channa's was so angry that his entire face turned red. He raised his hand and slapped the Nephilim guard. Panting heavily, he pointed at the guard's nose and scolded, "It's just 2 scout fortresses. The whole fleet is so huge. Do you have to panic like this? If word gets out, this commander's face will be completely ruined by you." No, no. It's not like that, great commander. The enemy is not a scout fortress, and there are more than 2. This demon royal guard was so anxious that he was about to cry. His face was still full of panic, but at least he explained the situation clearly. The enemy has a total of 11 space fortresses. 10 of them are the same as our demon ruler, which is a cosmic level with a diameter of 20,000 meters. The other flagship is even more ferocious. That's a cosmic level fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. Our Demon Emperor Star doesn't even have a fortress of this level. This is clearly a small fortress. What? 10 cosmic level fortresses? A small fortress? How is that possible? Could that Prince Xian? Channa's was so shocked that his face turned pale. He cried out involuntarily. Halfway through his sentence, he realized that the existence of the surprise fleet was definitely not that so-called Prince Xian. After pausing for a moment, his face couldn't help but change again. This time, he was really frightened. His voice was trembling. Could it be the immortal army of the human race? We're finished. A small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. Even in the war 50 years ago, the human race sent out more than 10,000 battleships, but there were only 4 small fortresses. This time, they sent out 11 fortresses, and one of them is a small fortress. This is clearly an elite team. It must be the higher-ups of the Immortal army overseeing it. Damn it, could the one overseeing this small fortress be a lieutenant general of the Immortal army? If that's the case, apart from this small fortress, the lieutenant general in charge of this small fortress is even more terrifying. He is at least at the level of grand perfection of Grotto Heaven Class 9 like Demon Emperor. Once he attacks, he would be able to shatter Demon Chariot with his bare fists. It was obvious that Chanas was frightened. A small fleet of 11 space fortresses was so high-end. An ordinary fleet was a cosmic-level fortress with a diameter of 20,000 meters like the Demon Ruler, and its flagship was even more terrifying. It was a cosmic-level fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. Chanas, who had fought a few battles with the immortal army of the human race, had never encountered such a situation before. It was inevitable that he would be shocked and flustered. As for Yi Xian, after hearing these words, strands of light burst forth from his eyes, and his face was filled with a sense of longing. A lieutenant general of the immortal army of the immortal dynasty? How awe-inspiring! Not only could he lead such a high-level and terrifying fleet, but even someone of Chana's level would be scared out of his wits. This awe-inspiring presence, TSK. Other than the word stunning, Yi Xian couldn't find any other words to describe his feelings at this moment. However, this feeling was quickly thrown to the back of his mind. The fascination and envy were inappropriate. The most important thing now was what was in front of him. Without a doubt, this fleet must have come from the human race. If there were no surprises, the news of Chana's going to the third universe of the human race had been leaked. This even included the reason why he went there. This wasn't surprising. How could the Immortal Dynasty not have any spies among the demon race? That didn't make sense. The reason why the Immortal Dynasty's fleet came was most likely to save Prince Xian. After all, the current Prince Xian was definitely an illustrious existence in the human race and even in the entire myriad Luo Federation. Charging into the Federation's Earth leaderboard in such a short time was something that had never happened before. If the Immortal Dynasty knew that Prince Xian had actually killed his way into the first universe controlled by the Tianji race after robbing the 2 space fortresses of the Demon Scout Army, they would be extremely shocked. This kind of result was definitely enough to complete the so-called ultimate trial. Chapter 3006. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios hand over Prince Xian. This was not Yi Xian praising himself. He knew himself best. The reason he had come to the demon domain in the first universe could only be attributed to a freak combination of factors. However, it was one thing for him to know, but the key was that the citizens of the Immortal Dynasty and the entire Wanluo Federation did not know. If it was said that Prince Xian was an outstanding descendant that would bring glory to the entire royal family, then to the countless citizens of the myriad Luo Federation, the brave and scheming Prince Xian was definitely the best idol of the new generation that had appeared out of nowhere. The power of an idol was limitless, and so was the power of a fan. For the sake of their idol, the entire Wanluo Federation, especially the countless citizens of the human race's technology camp, would definitely be agitated when they found out that Prince Xian had killed his way into the first universe by himself. Voices calling for Prince Xian's rescue would be like a tidal wave in the human race's technology camp. Under such circumstances, even if the Immortal Star had no intention of coming, they would have no choice but to send a fleet over due to the pressure of public opinion. Although all of this was just Yi Xian's speculation, even he himself did not realize that this speculation was so accurate that it could be said to be the truth. However, this was not important. The most important thing was that the situation had developed to such an extent that it was obviously getting more and more serious, almost to the point of no return. Furthermore, it was obvious that the situation would worsen in the future. Under such circumstances, Yi Xian had no choice but to consider how to deal with this matter in advance. From the looks of it, the small fleet of the human Undying Army had an absolute advantage over the royal fleet from Devil Emperor City. Even with the addition of the entire Black Mosquito tribe, they were still no match for Chana's. However, it was impossible to say that this small fleet of 11 space fortresses could sweep through the entire first universe. It was obviously a fool's dream. Not to mention if the Tianji race received the news and sent the real trump card battle team from the first universe, even if the Tianji race's slaves from the first universe were to flock over because of the arrest warrant from the first universe, if they gathered to a certain extent, they would definitely have the strength to contend with or even suppress this elite fleet of the human race. As such, there were only two extremes in the development of the situation. Once the strength of the fleet gathered from the first universe surpassed the overall strength of this elite fleet of the human race, then the human race's fleet would either retreat, leave the demon domain, and retreat to the wormhole in the universe. Or, they would send a space fortress to call for reinforcements. It was clear that the latter was more likely. Then, as long as the reinforcements of the human race arrived, the entire matter would truly enter a white-hot phase of conflict. At that time, everything would be difficult to wrap up. It was even possible that an all-out war involving the entire myriad sifting federation and the Heaven's legacy race would occur. At the thought of this, even Yi Xian could not help but feel a sense of trepidation. At the same time, he felt a strong sense of guilt. After all of this was caused by him. Although it was unintentional, if it really caused an ultimate war that swept across the three universes and caused a great loss of life, even Yi Xian would be embarrassed to say such words. But even so, Yi Xian would never release Prince Xian, who was still locked up in the Black Wind Fortress, just to resolve or stop this war. That guy wasn't captured by Yi Xian. The one who captured him was a demon scout from the Black Wind, so Yi Xian had no obligation to let him go. Even if Yi Xian was a member of the human clan, he wouldn't feel the slightest bit of guilt or unease. As for asking Yi Xian to step forward and take the initiative to clear up this misunderstanding, that was even more impossible. Although he was a member of the human race, he was no savior or saint who would sacrifice himself for righteousness. Moreover, the human race and the Heaven's legacy race had always been at war. Every few decades or even a century, a large-scale war would erupt. This time, at most, it had just come a little earlier. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's originally flustered state of mind gradually calmed down. At this time, not only had the Demon King stopped shaking violently, Chanas, who had hurriedly issued a series of orders, finally understood the specific situation of the battle. All in all, the previous round of assault by the human fleet was clearly just a threat and a warning. They did not intend to kill the Demon King right from the start. Otherwise, with the terrifying cannons of the small fortresses of 50,000 meters in diameter, as well as the 10 huge fortresses of 20,000 meters in diameter similar to the Demon King, they would definitely be able to kill the Demon King. After a few rounds of bombardment, the entire fleet of Chanasi's royal fleet would be blown to smithereens. As a matter of fact, the elite fleet of the Immortal army from the human race was still more than 10,000 kilometers away from the royal fleet of the Demon King that was hovering outside the atmosphere of the Black Mosquito starship. They were hovering in the void 10,000 kilometers ahead. Moreover, the energy beam that had bombarded the Demon King just now was not the full-force attack of the small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. After the attack that could be considered restrained, the other party had also sent a message to the Demon King. The message was very simple: hand over Prince Xian, or we will fight to the death. This was clearly a sign of caution. Although the commander of the human elite fleet knew that Prince Xian had wandered alone in the first universe of the Tianji race, he did not know whether Prince Xian had fallen into the hands of the demon or the Tianji race. Therefore, the purpose of this trip was only to rescue them. Even if they had the strength to suppress them, they did not intend to kill them at full force regardless of the consequences. That's not right. They actually came for that Prince Xian? How could they have received the news so quickly? I just returned from the Graveyard Star region in the third universe. Even if the Tianji race's arrest warrant in the first universe has been made known to them, the Immortal dynasty will at least need some time to thoroughly investigate this matter. At this moment, Chanas clearly realized that the other party was being cautious. Therefore, although the other party's message was firm, he calmed down instead. As long as the other party was unable to confirm Prince Xian's whereabouts, even if they were to fight, it would definitely not be the kind of full-force attack that would not stop until one of them was dead. At most, it would be a probing attack with various motives. Chapter 3007. Human race spy. When Xing thinking of this possibility, Chanas couldn't help but feel depressed. Damn spy, how dare he leak the news that I am going to the graveyard star field. If that's the case, it's enough for the Immortal dynasty to confirm this matter immediately, and there's no need to investigate further. It seems that this must be the truth. Huh. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. Yi Xian's eyes lit up in an instant, and even his tone was clearly a little excited. He turned to Chanas and grinned, Commander Cha, this is indeed a brilliant plan, haha. That old guy Wen Xing reported to the Demon King that you are a spy of the heavenly fate race, and you labeled him as a human spy. This time, the human race is strange. If you think about it carefully, I'm afraid even the Demon King will be suspicious. Commander Cha is really amazing, coming up with such a brilliant plan so casually. I have no choice but to be impressed. As he spoke, Yi Xian's face was filled with undisguised admiration and admiration. His eyes were so hot that even Chanas couldn't help but be stunned. Huh? Brilliant plan? You mean this chief? Of course, what kind of brain does this chief have? How can I not even have the ability to adapt? You must be kidding. Chana subconsciously replied in a daze, but halfway through, he slowly understood the meaning of Yi Xian's words. After a short pause, his expression immediately changed, and he proudly raised his hand and pointed to his forehead. Such a scene almost made Yi Xian burst out laughing. He tried hard to hold it in, and his neck became thicker. Fortunately, he was pretending to be excited at this moment, so he didn't expose himself. So, Wen Xing's matter is settled. Since the human race has sent an elite fleet, I'm afraid a war will start immediately. Under such circumstances, the entire Black Mosquito Star field will fall into chaos. At that time, there will be plenty of opportunities to kill Wen Xing. Commander Cha, you can do as you see fit. In short, you can rest assured that I am also involved in this matter, and will keep my mouth shut. Yi Xian deliberately said this to reassure Chanas. As expected, the other party was stunned for a moment, and then gave Yi Xian a meaningful look. After confirming that Chanas had given up on the idea of killing him, Yi Xian spoke again, in that case, I will return to the Black Mosquito Star first. On the one hand, it's probably chaotic down there, and we have to prepare for war. On the other hand, it's not convenient for me to be seen here. If Wen Xing, I'm afraid something will happen. Chanas nodded his head in response and didn't say anything else. Compared to killing Yi Xian to silence him, he felt that if he kept this kid alive in the future, he would have the chance to raise him up and make good use of him when he grew up. At that time, he might be more useful. Anyway, as Yi Xian said, he was also involved in this matter, and definitely wouldn't leak any information. Immediately, Yi Xian left the Demon King's ship and didn't activate the Dongshu shuttle. He directly concealed his figure and crossed through the atmosphere of the Black Mosquito Star with his physical body, heading towards the Black Mosquito Peak in the depths of the Black Mosquito City in front of him. At the same time that Yi Xian returned to the Saint's Side Hall, the news that the elite fleet of the human race had arrived, and that they had already launched an attack on the Demon King finally spread from the Royal Race fleet outside the atmosphere to the Black Mosquito City. Inside the atmosphere, the entire Black Mosquito City was in an uproar. Countless demon experts looked up at the sky in shock, but unfortunately, they couldn't see anything due to the existence of the atmosphere. At this moment, the demon experts in the Black Mosquito City were glad that the Royal Race fleet had arrived. Otherwise, without them blocking the Royal Race fleet, the Black Mosquito City would definitely die faster if they went up to fight on their own. At least the Royal Race fleet had a huge cosmic fortress with a diameter of 20,000 meters. What about the Black Mosquito Star? Now, there wasn't even a single fortress with a diameter of 10,000 meters. Although there were many experts, in a fleet battle like this in the vast universe, unless one's individual strength reached a certain level, such as at least the Grotto Heaven realm, one would only end up as cannon fodder no matter how many people went. While the entire Black Mosquito City was in chaos and was rapidly spreading to the entire Black Mosquito Star and even the entire Black Mosquito Star sector that the Black Mosquito tribe occupied, in the right side hall of the tribe's ancestral temple on the peak of the Black Mosquito Peak, Wen Xing was instantly shocked when he received the news from the royal fleet outside the atmosphere. Although he clearly knew that he couldn't see anything, he still looked up at the night sky through the window. His face was full of shock and dissatisfaction. Damn it! 10 cosmic states and 1 cosmic state. This is at least a lieutenant general of the Immortal Army. Who is it? Those old guys are too impulsive. They didn't even inform me of such an important operation. How am I supposed to deal with this in such a hurry? At this moment, if Yi Xian was here and heard Wen Xing's words, his jaw would probably drop. This old fellow was actually a spy that the immortal dynasty of the human race had planted in the demon race. Yi Xian had unintentionally guessed this matter. Of course, even if Wen Xing was a spy for the humans, he had only been bribed for some benefits or other reasons. His situation was similar to Chana's, but it didn't mean that they weren't demons. Regardless of whether it was Wen Xing or Chana's, they were still genuine devil cultivators. After all, the unique characteristics of the devil cultivator's mental strength weren't something that could be faked so casually. After so many years, Yi Xian was the only exception. He was actually able to forcibly form a mind source core in his brain with the body of a human, something that only demons possessed. It seems that this so-called Prince Xian is extremely important to the Immortal dynasty. Otherwise, the Immortal army wouldn't have come so quickly. After a soft cry of dissatisfaction, Wen Xing continued to mutter to himself, but his emotions quickly calmed down. His brows were tightly knitted as he began to think about how to deal with the situation before him. The other party only gave a warning. Although their attitude is tough, and if they don't hand over Prince Xian, they will definitely attack with all their might. However, this at least revealed one thing, which is that even they can't contact Prince Xian. Damn it. What kind of existence is this so-called Prince Xian? He actually caused such a huge disaster by himself. If things don't go well, this time, the all-out war between the first and third universes will most likely break out early. Chapter 3008. Chaos ensues. With this in mind, Wen Xing immediately left the ancestral temple's side hall. He raised his hand to summon an ancestral temple priest and ordered him to inform High Priest Huigyul that he would be supervising the battle and would be returning to the royal fleet first. At the same time, everyone on the Black Mosquito Star should immediately prepare for battle. The energy beam from the cannons of the human race fleet could descend at any time. After giving all these instructions, Wen Xing immediately left the Black Mosquito Star with some of his trusted subordinates. They boarded 2 small patrol ships and charged toward the atmosphere. Along the way, he had already decided that when he reached the royal fleet outside the atmosphere, he would definitely not go to the flagship Magic King where Chana's was. Instead, he would choose a large fortress with a diameter of 10,000 meters. After all, this Immortal Army elite fleet of the human race was too terrifying. A small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters would not appear even in some small-scale battles between the human race and the Tianji clan. If the super annihilation cannon with a diameter of 20,000 meters was used at full power, one shot would be enough to destroy the Magic King. After all, the Magic King's diameter was only 20,000 meters. And in this royal fleet, the Magic King was the only cosmic fortress with a diameter of 20,000 meters. It was too eye-catching. Even a fool would be able to tell that the Magic King was the flagship of the entire fleet. If they really went there, they would clearly have to be prepared to become the enemy's first target at any time and be bombarded until nothing was left. The news of Wen Xing's hurried departure quickly reached Yi Xian's ears. Although this old fellow had said good things and used the excuse of supervising the battle as an excuse, Yi Xian could tell at a glance that he clearly did not want to stay on the Black Mosquito Star to be a target. After all, it was the human race that had come this time, and it was definitely not a joke. Moreover, it was a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. That energy beam with a diameter of 20,000 meters was too terrifying. In the past battles between the Tianji clan and the myriad Luo Federation, this kind of small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters had appeared before, but it was definitely rare. Furthermore, it was basically used as a decisive force in the later stages of the battle. When the war had just started, they were basically overseeing the rear. But now, they were suddenly forced to their doorstep, and it was a small stronghold. This was absolutely life-threatening. Even Wen Xing, a supreme heavenly passage realm existence, couldn't help but shudder in fear. Of course, the immortal dynasties of the human race had genuine starry sky fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 m, or 100 kilometers. In the headquarters of the Heaven's Fate clan, there were several starry sky fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 m. This was witnessed by many experts of the first universe who had been to the headquarters of the Heaven's Fate clan. It was even said that Tianji even had a super fortress with a diameter of 1 million meters, which was equivalent to 1,000 kilometers in diameter. However, he had never heard of such a super fortress with a diameter of 1 million meters on the side of the human immortal dynasty. Perhaps only the Tianji clan, who was originally a race of robots, could create a super fortress with a diameter of 1 million meters. That kind of scale could already be considered an artificial star made of steel. Although the immortal dynasties were the leaders of the human race's technological faction, in this aspect, they were clearly innately inferior to the mechanical race. But even if the Tianji clan really did have a super fortress with a diameter of 1 million meters, which was equivalent to 1,000 kilometers in diameter, it would probably be the ultimate trump card of their entire race. It couldn't be used lightly. Therefore, a true stronghold with a diameter of 100,000 meters, or in other words, a great stronghold, could be considered the ultimate foundation of both the Heaven's Legacy race and the immortal dynasty of the human race's technological faction. This kind of ultimate strength, unless the human race and the Tianji clan were engaged in an all-out battle to the death, would generally be restrained and would not be used lightly. It was like the nuclear weapons of Yi Xian's previous life on Earth. Whoever used it first would fall into a passive position, and the development of the subsequent battle would be very difficult to control. In other words, in the many battles between the human race and the Tianji clan, this kind of small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters was already the most powerful force that could appear under normal circumstances. Thus, it was not difficult to understand why Wen Xing, who was the high priest of the demon imperial city, would react so frantically in the face of a small fortress that suddenly appeared. It's good that the old man left the Black Mosquito Star because he's afraid of death. If nothing unexpected happens, he most likely won't go to the eye-catching flagship, the Demon King. Instead, he'll choose a large fortress with a diameter of 10,000 meters. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he thought of this. He suddenly grinned and clapped his hands happily. What a coincidence. He's clearly walking into the trap. Then, as long as the battle starts, in the chaos, Chanas will be able to use the annihilation meteorite cannon of the Demon King at any time. With 2 shots, he'll be able to blast Old Man Wen into smithereens. The old man probably would never have thought that the choice he made because of his fear of death would actually become his own grave in the end. Ha ha ha. While he was laughing complacently, Huigu Lu and Zhuo Fengtai had already walked into the Saint's Side Hall side by side. They were clearly here for the arrival of the human fleet. Yi Xian immediately stopped laughing. He raised his hand and gestured for the two to sit down. At the same time, his mind was spinning rapidly as he began to think of a way to deal with this matter. Obviously, they definitely could not stay on the Black Mosquito Star. Even Wen Xing was shocked by the annihilation meteorite cannon with a diameter of 20,000 meters from such a small fortress. He did not have the ability to take it head-on. The other party wanted Prince Xian, and Chanas obviously could not hand him over. Not only could he not hand him over, but he would also deliberately add a smokescreen to confuse the other party. He wanted to give the other party the illusion that the person was in his hands, but he would not hand it over. This would increase the other party's fear of taking action. The other party could obviously guess this point, but the key was that they could not be sure. However, Prince Xian was so important that they could only believe it. Therefore, unless they were forced into a desperate situation, the elite fleet of the Immortal army would definitely not open fire on the Demon King, which was the flagship. Because once they did, they would completely shed all pretense of cordiality and would not care about Prince Xian's life. From this point of view, the Demon King was actually the safest. Unfortunately, Old Man Wen Xing panicked and did not see through this point. If he was really killed by Chanas, he deserved it. However, although the human fleet wouldn't destroy the Demon King so easily, in order to deter the enemy, the only thing the human fleet could do was to fire at other warships or fortresses to deter the enemy. Since the commander of the Demon King refused to hand over the captives, the only thing the human fleet could do was to fire at other warships or fortresses to deter the enemy. After trying this a few times, if it was still to no avail, they would definitely aim their cannons at the Black Mosquito Star. After all, compared to those battleships and fortresses that could be rebuilt, the Black Mosquito Star was a star suitable for the demons to live on. If it was really destroyed, it would be completely gone. Chapter 3009. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio struggle. Therefore, in order to achieve the greatest deterrence, the only choice the human fleet had was to destroy the Black Mosquito Star. Therefore, the Black Mosquito Star was most likely to be destroyed. Yi Xian naturally had no feelings about this. Although he was the holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe, he had a purpose in being the holy son. Speaking of which, once the Black Mosquito Star was destroyed, he would become a homeless holy son. It would be more convenient for him to obtain a space fortress through some public means. Then, he could use the name of the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son to roam around with the space fortress as his base. It would be convenient for him to search for the source of devouring. From this point of view, Yi Xian actually hoped that the Black Mosquito Star would be destroyed. That way, he would have a legitimate reason to roam around. Even if the demonic Emperor planet sent an order, he could pretend that he did not receive it. All he needed to do was to mess up the Space Fortress internal communication system. These thoughts flashed through Yi Xian's mind. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Otherwise, even if he was the holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe, he would be suspicious if he roamed around all day long in search of the source of devouring. Thinking of this, Yi Xian gritted his teeth and made a decision. He turned to Zhuo Fengtai and Huigu Lu and said in a low voice, "According to my analysis, the Black Mosquito ship is most likely to be destroyed. The human fleet this time is full of cosmic-level warriors, and the flagship is just a small fortress. Although the Tianji tribe has the same level of combat power, they won't be able to arrive in time. The human fleet's commander also understands this. Their goal is to achieve their ultimate goal of pressuring the border before the Tianji tribe's forces of the same level arrive." As it happened, Chanas couldn't hand over the prisoner at all. Also, they were playing Tai Chi with the enemy. For deterrence, the commander of the human fleet could only choose to blow up some warships and fortresses to force Chanas to submit. In the end, Black Mosquito was bound to be their target. At this point, Yi Xian paused and glanced at the scouts who had come with Zhuo Fengtai and Huigu Lu. He continued, "I'm not saying this to analyze the situation with you. Instead, I want you to spread the news to all the cities on the Black Mosquito Star as soon as possible. I want every person on the main planet to know about this. This way, they will cooperate when we evacuate later. At the same time, they will be less resentful toward us, the higher-ups of the tribes. After all, who would be willing to give up their homeland?" Yi Xian was not pretending when he said this. He thought of Earth, which had been named Nine Heaven Star by the Wan Luo Federation. Although Earth was now under his jurisdiction in name, he had not returned for a long time. He did not know how everyone on the planet was doing. Although some of his important old friends had been moved into the undying world in his body, the undying world was still growing. In order to prevent those old friends from being affected, Yi Xian requested the devouring system to set the continent they lived on into a state of absolute isolation. Although it was quiet and peaceful, before Yi Xian grew to a certain extent, or rather, before the undying world grew to a certain extent, even Yi Xian would not be able to meet with them. He had suppressed all of this in the bottom of his heart. Or rather, it was because he had experienced one unforeseen event after another. He had almost no time to reflect on all of this. However, at this moment, as the Black Mosquito Star unexpectedly encountered such an unforeseen event, Yi Xian could be considered to have been reminded of the past. That was why he had so many wild and fanciful thoughts in his heart. At the same time, it was also because of these inexplicable emotions that made him even more determined to grow and become stronger as soon as possible. This was a sublimation of the state of mind. Furthermore, he was not unfamiliar with this feeling. Not long ago, he had broken through 2 small realms because of this sublimation of the state of mind. Therefore, at this moment, when he felt his state of mind suddenly become inexplicably emotional, and once again had that mysterious feeling of being enlightened, Yi Xian's first reaction was to be indescribably pleasantly surprised. Could it be that another chance to break through had come? This kind of opportunity to break through the state of mind was something that could only be encountered by chance. Most experts would have to pray to Buddha if they encountered it once in their lifetime. Who would have thought that he would encounter it twice in a row? The heavens were so kind to him. How could he waste this kind of opportunity? With this thought in mind, Yi Xian was no longer in the mood to care about the Black Mosquito Star. He had been compassionate earlier. After all, there were many innocent ordinary Black Mosquito tribesmen on the Black Mosquito Star. However, he had already done his best by giving them such an explanation. Whether they could escape this calamity or not would depend on their own luck. As a human, he had already done his best to help them to this extent. Alright, there's no time to lose. Don't just stand there, you two. Hurry up and make the arrangements. Activate all the battleships on the Black Mosquito Star. Try your best to take every Black Mosquito Star clansman away. At this point, Yi Xian waved his hand and turned around to walk back to his room. When they heard his words, both Huegu Lei and Zhuo Fengtai were a little stunned. Although they had become Yi Xian's demon slaves, the strength of a demon slave lay in this. While it refined and enslaved the spirit source core in one's brain, it would not affect any of one's previous memories or habits of thought. This way, the demon slaves who had been implanted with the slave imprint would be able to use the seamless network perfectly. However, at the same time, this also led to the devil cultivator experts becoming demon slaves. Although their origin cores had been refined by the slave imprint, they had a sense of obedience and loyalty to Yi Xian like they were destined to. However, at the same time, the deepest obsession in their original consciousness would still be preserved and still exist. However, this had now become a thought that was secondary to loyalty to Yi Xian. Although Zhuo Fengtai and Huegu Lei were the great commander and high priest of the Black Mosquito tribe, there was no need to doubt their feelings for the Black Mosquito tribe. Because of this, when the Black Mosquito tribe was facing an existential crisis, their loyalty to Yi Xian couldn't be changed. At the very least, it was like this before they had the ability to break free from the suppression of the slave seal. At the same time, their sense of loyalty to Yi Xian also made them feel worried about the Black Mosquito Star. However, this kind of worry for the tribe was something that even they were powerless to do anything about. The suppression effect of the slave imprint was like their nature, and their worry for the tribe was like an acquired emotion. Their nature suppressed their emotions, making them feel inexplicably painful. It was like a struggle. Chapter 30:10. First-rank satellite. Sometimes, accidents would happen when one's mind and willpower went from being extremely tense to completely relaxed. This was what it meant to have an emotional roller coaster ride. Yi Xian, who had turned to leave, didn't notice that at this moment, Zhuo Fengtai's and Huegu Lei's eyes, which were originally slightly red, seemed to flash with a trace of unexpected confusion. Moreover, it didn't disappear in a flash, but stayed for about 2 to 3 seconds. Then, it disappeared again, and they regained their clarity. Although Yi Xian didn't notice all of this, the wretched mosquito butcher, who had been standing at the side, clearly saw it all. While Zhuo Fengtai and Hui Gulei's eyes were unexpectedly filled with confusion, the wretched mosquito butcher's eyes suddenly brightened, revealing a trace of pleasant surprise. However, it was quickly suppressed by him. When Zhuo Fengtai and Hui Gulei led the other demon dwellers behind them, who were also moved to the point that their eyes were somewhat red, a trace of brilliance once again appeared in the wretched mosquito butcher's eyes. His gaze, which carried a rather playful charm, was fixed on the backs of Zhuo Fengtai and Hui Gulei as they left. The corners of his mouth slowly curved into a mysterious smile. It was unfathomable. When Zhuo Fengtai and Hui Gulei left, Yi Xian had already entered his room and sat down cross-legged, entering into a state of cultivation. A breakthrough in the state of mind was something that could only be encountered, but not sought. However, a breakthrough in the state of mind didn't necessarily mean that a breakthrough in cultivation would follow. The last time his state of mind had a breakthrough, the reason why his cultivation naturally broke through as well was because he was in the state of condensing the slave seal with all his strength. He was absorbing the spiritual origin energy from a large number of weeping soul beasts. Although the spirit origin energy was a method for the devil cultivator to cultivate and increase his strength, it had nothing to do with human cultivators. However, as a human cultivator, Yi Xian possessed the spirit origin core of the devil cultivator. He had clearly become an anomaly that had never been seen before in history. Whether it was the devil cultivator's mental strength or the way for human cultivators to increase their cultivation, they were both able to affect his cultivation. It was just that the most common and mainstream method for human cultivators to increase their strength had a more obvious effect on him, while the method of absorbing spiritual essence from devilish beings had a more subtle effect on his cultivation base. At this moment, he'd once again unexpectedly encountered a rare sublimation of his mental state. If Yi Xian didn't do anything, then this kind of sudden breakthrough in mental state wouldn't be able to be reflected in his cultivation in the end. At most, it would be extremely easy for him to break through the next bottleneck. However, this wasn't what Yi Xian wanted. To him, the most important thing right now was to increase his cultivation base as quickly as possible. After all, besides the crisis he had faced previously, the sudden arrival of the immortal army of the human race was actually a sudden increase in pressure for Yi Xian. Under the circumstances, every time his cultivation base increased a little, his confidence would increase a little. Therefore, it was absolutely impossible for him to give up such an opportunity. No matter what, he had to grab hold of this unexpected opportunity and allow his cultivation to break through once again. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian poured all his concentration into this cultivation. He even gritted his teeth and took out 1,000 of the thousands of devilish brain cores that he had collected previously. He had intended to use them to assist in breaking through the sixth metamorphosis of his mind power source core in the future. At the same time, he instructed the system to absorb the spiritual essence within them at full speed. As for the source core, he had put in a lot of effort this time. Normally, when he cultivated, he would try his best to absorb as many low-grade source cores as possible, such as a level 1 white source core or a level 2 pink one. However, this time, Yi Xian had thrown high-grade source cores to the system in order to seize the opportunity to break through as much as possible. In his inventory, there were still 21 cubes of level 7 purple source cores, 2 cubes of level 8 black source cores, and a total of 107 pieces of level 9 colored source cores the size of a fist. He couldn't bear to use the level 9 colored source cores, as they were legendary treasures that could only be discovered, not sought. Even though he still had 107 of them, when his cultivation base increased in the future, he would only need one piece every time he broke through. He really couldn't afford to waste them. However, level 8 black source cores didn't matter. Therefore, this time, the source of the star core that Yi Xian threw to the devouring system was a cube of level 7 purple and a foot of level 8 black. Even though they were only 1 square foot and 1 square foot, these were enough to make even black hole martialists envious. However, Yi Xian had only used them for a one-time cultivation consumption. Even black hole martialists could only sigh and wring their hands in regret at such a huge expense. Breaking through 2 levels in one cultivation session was a pleasant surprise. Yi Xian had often experienced this before he entered the Starry Sky environment, but he had only experienced it twice after entering the Starry Sky environment. The first time was in the corpse pool in the Devil Sage Forbidden Land, and the second time was when he unexpectedly broke through his cultivation base. This time, Yi Xian was also looking forward to 2 consecutive breakthroughs. It wasn't that his appetite had grown after the previous 2 breakthroughs, but that his current cultivation base was coincidentally at level 8 meteor martialists, which was extremely crucial. If he only broke through 1 level, then he would still be in the meteor martialists. Even though he was at level 9, the increase in his strength wouldn't be significant. However, if he broke through 2 levels in a row, then it would be different. At that time, he would enter level 1 satellite martialists. Level 9 meteor martialists was also the second major realm, but level 1 satellite martialists was actually the third major realm, even though level 1 satellite martialists was only at the beginning of this realm. The leap of a major realm and the change in one's cultivation base was definitely not as simple as breaking through a small level within the same realm. That was why Yi Xian was looking forward to it so much. However, at the same time, it also meant that it was extraordinarily difficult to achieve this. It was precisely because he had considered this that Yi Xian had invested so much in this battle. Moreover, it was in the level of the mental strength of the devil cultivator and the cultivation strength of the human cultivator that he had to work hard to improve. With such a 2-pronged approach, coupled with the opportunity to improve one's cultivation base, even if he broke through 2 levels in a row this time, which was a leap of a major realm. In Yi Xian's opinion, the possibility of success wasn't completely impossible. Hard work paid off. In other words, opportunities were only for those who were prepared. It was precisely because Yi Xian was fully prepared. Whether it was the demon's brain core to improve mental strength or the star core's origin to improve human cultivation base, he had long prepared for it. In addition to the opportunity to improve one's cultivation base, Yi Xian finally got what he wanted with the 3-pronged approach. Chapter 30:11. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Evacuating the Tribe First Order Satellite? Yi Xian opened his eyes, and a glint of ecstasy flashed across his eyes as he clenched his fists subconsciously. He had finally reached the 3rd major realm. As long as he could cross this boundary and enter the 4th major boundary, the planet grade, his cultivation base wouldn't be considered low even among the human race. Among the human race, the 4th major realm, the planet grade, was already considered a person who had entered the galaxy. An ordinary human expert would need at least 100 years to break through to the planet grade. Even the younger generation of some great family clans and factions would need 20 to 30 years to do so, even if they had a large amount of cultivation resources. How long had it been since Yi Xian entered the galaxy? Less than a year. This was enough to be proud of. Although it was because he had obtained a large amount of cultivation resources, didn't he obtain these cultivation resources through his own hard work? I'm getting a little complacent. This can't be. Yi Xian shook his head and laughed bitterly as he muttered self-deprecatingly. Then, he stood up from the ground. The breakthrough of a major realm allowed him to clearly feel the growth of the power in his body. At this moment, he had an unprecedented sense of power. However, now was not the time to indulge in this kind of joy. The Black Mosquito Star was in danger, and a terrifying energy beam could blast through the sky at any time, creating a bottomless pit in a certain area. It was better to leave as soon as possible. Although the Black Mosquito Star was huge, Yi Xian had nothing to worry about as long as he was here. If he had to say anything, it would at most be the demon slaves he had subdued. After all, he had spent a lot of effort to condense the slave seal to successfully subdue them. It would be a waste if they died. However, the truth was that among the dozens of demon slaves he had subdued in the Black Mosquito tribe, there were only a few left on the Black Mosquito Star.
Only Zhuofengtai, Huigulu, and a few other high-ranking members of the Black Mosquito Star remained. As for the high-ranking members of the Black Mosquito Tribe's other 9 demon star planets, they had already returned to their respective demon star planets the day after his saint ceremony. Even Hao Fangfang was taken away by his father, Hao Deshuang, back to the Black Roar planet. Now, the Black Mosquito Star was a little hard to see through. Hao Deshuang was the first to leave, and he was even in a hurry. It was clear that he did not want to get involved in this mess. As for the Black Mosquito Star's demon slaves, they were all higher-ups. Whether it was Zhuofengtai, Huigulu, or the others, not to mention anything else, just their cultivation alone was above the black hole realm. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't need to worry about their safety. If there was really anyone who needed him to remember to leave the Black Mosquito planet, it would probably be the wretched old mosquito butcher. However, he had been following Yi Xian around like a sticky candy. Even if Yi Xian wanted to forget about him, it was basically impossible. When Yi Xian walked out of the Saint's side hall, he looked around and saw that everything within sight was bustling. There were quite a few demon dwellers' cities on the Black Mosquito planet. There were dozens of them. However, as he stood on the peak of the Black Mosquito Peak where the ancestral temple was located, he could only see the main city of the planet, Black Mosquito City. Right now, the low altitude of Black Mosquito City was densely packed with warships of various sizes. Although the demon people were not as passionate about technology as the human race's technology faction and the Everlasting Dynasty, they were attached to the Tianji clan, a strange race that was even more gifted than the humans in terms of technology research and creativity. Therefore, after so many years of assimilation, the experts of the demon people were already used to using technology, although they were not very proficient in it. Right now, there were warships of various sizes floating in the low altitude of Black Mosquito City. Other than the official warships, many of them were even the private warships of some demon people experts. At this critical moment of the survival of the tribe, very few people would continue to hide. It was good to be able to take away one more tribesman and some important resources. Soon, under Yi Xian's silent gaze, some warships that were fully loaded took off one after another. Soon, they darted into the high atmosphere of the night sky. Of course, it was the atmosphere in the opposite direction of the human race's fleet. In just half an hour, the entire Black Mosquito City was almost empty. All the demon people experts were taken away by the warships. They were going to the other 9 demon planets of the Black Mosquito tribe to catch their breaths and then make more thorough arrangements. The situation in the Black Mosquito City was similar to that in the other demon cities on the Black Mosquito Star. In short, except for some stubborn people who would rather die than leave, all the members of the Black Mosquito tribe on the Black Mosquito Star were transferred away one after another. Although they were in a rush and did not have time to take away many important resources, those were just worldly possessions. At this time, they could not care about them. Did it not matter? The few Black Hole Realm higher-ups in the Black Mosquito City who had been taken as demon slaves by Yi Xian had all left. Only Huigulu and Zhuofengtai each stayed with a dozen or so trusted subordinates. After everything was arranged and carried out, the 2 of them hurried to the Black Mosquito Peak, where the ancestral temple was, with a dozen or so trusted subordinates behind them. This was because Yi Xian had been standing there quietly with his hands behind his back. The Black Mosquito Star was getting emptier. Even when he extended his mental power and scanned the area with the demon people's mental power, there were only a dozen or so weak demon auras in the Black Mosquito City and the few nearby demon cities. These were clearly demons who were seriously ill or waiting to die. Since they were going to die, it did not matter where they went, so they might as well die in their homeland. All of this caused Yi Xian to inexplicably sigh with emotion. He was indeed not a demon person. Sometimes, he would even kill demons and take their brains. However, at this moment, Yi Xian really sympathized with the Black Mosquito Star and the entire demon race. At the end of the day, they were just a pitiful race that had been enslaved. Even the noble demon emperor had to personally send his closest uncle to the Tianji clan on a battleship before he inherited the throne. The uncle would be sent to the Tianji clan as a hostage and would never be allowed to return to his homeland. Perhaps, the demon race had no choice but to do so. If the heavenly legacy race did not exist, they might not have become mortal enemies with humans. After all, they looked exactly the same, and perhaps they had some kind of bloodline connection from countless years ago. This was a heaven-defying idea. No one knew if anyone had thought about it before, but Yi Xian suddenly remembered it and remembered it. He decided that if he had the chance in the future, he would investigate this matter. The heavenly legacy race? How ruthless. I'm looking forward to it. Speaking of which, I've never seen a real member of the heavenly legacy race. Chapter 30:12. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. Caught in the crossfire, Holy Sun, all the tribesmen have settled down. Apart from those who were unwilling to leave because they were running out of time, everyone else has left. Now that the Black Mosquito Star has nothing to worry about, Holy Sun, should we also leave? Just as Yi Xian was in a daze, Zhuo Fengtai and Grey Bone flew over and landed on his left and right respectively. Behind the two of them were a dozen or so trusted subordinates. Their strengths were also extraordinary, between the 5th and 7th Great Realms, the Star Realm and the Galaxy Realm. Perhaps it was because Yi Xian had surprised them by showing concern for the safety of the entire Black Mosquito tribe, so they had instructed Zhuo Fengtai and Hui Gulei to settle down properly. This had unknowingly resolved the pain and conflict in their hearts. At this moment, Zhuo Fengtai and Hui Gulei's tones were filled with unprecedented respect. Of the two of them, one was the great commander of the Black Mosquito tribe, while the other was the high priest. They were supreme existences in the entire Black Mosquito tribe. As for Yi Xian, he was just a newly appointed Holy Sun. Although he had an extraordinary status in the tribe, he was still inferior to the two of them and could only be considered a junior. However, at this moment, everything was reversed. The great commander and the high priest were so respectful to the newly appointed Holy Sun of the tribe. Not only were they respectful to him, but their tones were also sincere. All of this caused the dozen or so confidants behind the two of them to be aghast. They had long heard rumors about the new Holy Sun's identity, but they did not believe it. However, at this moment, after seeing the reactions of Zhuo Fengtai and Hui Gulei, as trusted subordinates, they were naturally the most familiar with Zhuo Fengtai and Hui Gulei. Whether this respect was sincere or not could not be hidden from their senses. That was why they were so shocked at this moment. Could this Holy Sun Zhang really be the illegitimate son of the Demon Emperor? Otherwise, given the strength of Commander Zhuo and Hui Gulei, how could they be so humble in front of him? In other words, if the great commander and high priest of the Black Mosquito tribe were so humble in front of this person, what about them? Thinking of this, the 20 or so demon dwellers could not help but tremble. Unknowingly, their slightly bowed waists were clearly collapsing even more at this moment. It's time to leave, boom, boom, Yi Xian nodded. Just as he was halfway through his sentence, he was interrupted by an earth-shattering explosion that came from the sky. This explosion was so loud that it was as if the heavens and earth-shattering whirled. Yi Xian, Hui Gulei and Hui Gulei, as well as their trusted subordinates, reflexively, they all looked at the sky and looked. In the next instant, the expressions of everyone changed abruptly, and they revealed a wisp of extreme shock and astonishment. In their line of sight, a huge and dazzling firework was exploding in the depths of the night sky. It was clearly a huge firework caused by the explosion of a battleship. A large part of the sky was illuminated, and even the atmosphere in that area was burned by the firework. As a result, the scene outside the atmosphere was reflected in the eyes of Yi Xian and the others. Obviously, this was the flagship of the elite fleet of the human clan's Immortal Legion, which was the small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters, which was caused by the energy beam of the super annihilation cannon, because what exploded at this moment was clearly a huge fortress of the royal clan's fleet with a diameter of 10,000 meters. A huge fortress with a diameter of 10,000 meters had been completely blown into a cloud of dazzling fireworks by a single blast. Furthermore, this cloud of fireworks was rapidly extinguishing after blooming to the extreme. It was clear that the entire ship, including everything inside, had been incinerated into nothingness by the terrifying beam of light of the super-annihilation cannon in a short period of time. There was nothing left to burn, which was why it was quickly extinguishing. This kind of power was absolutely impossible to achieve by the annihilation meteorite cannon of the middle fortress with a diameter of 20,000 meters. It must be the super-annihilation cannon of the small fortress that opened fire. Damn! Finally showing its power? Yi Xian blankly stared at the enormous firework in the sky that was rapidly extinguishing. His face was filled with a dumbstruck expression. Due to the fact that he was too shocked by the brilliance of this scene, he couldn't help but curse. At the same time, a light suddenly flashed in his mind. In his opinion, it was simply ridiculous and unbelievable, but at this moment, it also emerged in his mind. This huge fortress with a diameter of 10,000 meters is the one that old devil Wen Xing chose to guard, right? Swallowing his saliva, Yi Xian muttered to himself once again. The expression on his face became incomparably strange in the blink of an eye. If that's really the case, then this is too tragic. It can be said to be the most innocent lying down spear in history. The human fleet really knows how to choose. They just randomly chose a huge fortress to kill the chicken to warn the monkey as a deterrent, and they just happened to choose old devil Wen Xing? I don't think this is possible. While Yi Xian was muttering to himself and looking at the sky with a strange expression on his face, in the main flagship of the royal fleet outside the atmosphere of the Black Mosquito Star, which was the command cabin of the Demon King with a diameter of 20,000 meters, Chanas, who was also shocked by the terrifying power of the super-annihilation cannon, was also in a daze at this moment. Gulp, gulp, after a long time, Chanas also swallowed his saliva subconsciously. Then, the expression on his face quickly became strange. It was definitely not weaker than Yi Xian's, or even more so. At this moment, Chanas, who had vaguely regained his senses, finally regained his ability to speak. He muttered to himself, "This is really F***ket up. No, this is clearly F***ket up by a F***ker. Old devil Wen Xing's luck is too bad, isn't it? It hasn't even been an hour since we entered that large fortress, yet it was blown away by a single cannon blast? What the F***ck? I was just muttering that once the fight starts, I should find a chance to take advantage of the chaos to blow up that fortress of his." Just as I was thinking about that, old devil Wen Xing actually died by himself? Ha ha ha, this is clearly the rhythm of God's help. It seems that Zhang Wuji is indeed a lucky general. He casually came up with an idea, and in the end, this is the result. I really need to teach him well later. Once this kind of lucky general grows up, his future value will be even more amazing. Whether it was Yi Xian or Chanas, at this moment, they still did not know the secret identity of Wen Xing. If they knew that Wen Xing was actually a spy who had been bought over by the human race and had been planted in the Demon King Star area all along, and at this moment, he was blown up by the main flagship of the human race's immortal army, the strange feeling in their hearts would be more than 10 times stronger. Chapter 3013. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Naples flips out. Naples, the general of the human race's technology faction and the commander of one of the immortal army's subordinate armies, was a top-notch expert with a square face in his 50s and a cold, solemn, and dignified expression. As for his cultivation level, it was unknown. However, one thing was certain, and that was that he definitely surpassed the Grotto Heaven realm. In other words, he was at least in the 11th realm. As for what this realm was, Yi Xian still didn't know. The highest realm that he knew of was the 10th realm, the Grotto Heaven realm. Even in the colossal army of the Everlasting Dynasty, there were not many generals, only 20 or 30 in total. Among them, Naples was definitely one of the best. He was iron-blooded and ruthless, and his methods were tough. Hence, it was obviously unrealistic for Chanas to think of using delaying methods to obtain a life. As the Heaven Cutter opened fire for the second time, a huge fortress with a diameter of 10,000 meters was blasted into a fireball and turned into nothingness. At the same time, High Priest Wen Xing, who was planted by the human race and the demon race, was also accidentally killed because of this. At this moment, the staff of the Heaven Cutter's communication team followed the orders of the fleet's commander-in-chief, Admiral Naples, and sent a spy to the Royal Race Fleet's flagship thousands of miles away. Unfortunately, Chana's response was just as unyielding. Prince Xian is indeed in our hands. We caught him the moment we returned. However, hand him over? Impossible. At the end of this response, Chanas even threatened the human race's elite fleet. He warned that Prince Xian was in the flagship, the Demon King. If they had the ability, they should open fire on the Demon King. If they didn't have the ability, they should leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the powerful fleets of the Tianji race and the many slave races from the first universe arrived, they probably wouldn't be able to leave even if they wanted to. The reason why Chanas dared to say that was because he was confident. As long as the other party wasn't sure if Prince Xian was really in the Demon King, they definitely wouldn't dare to act rashly. Even if all the other battleships and fortresses of the Royal Race Fleet were blasted into smithereens, as long as the Demon King was safe and sound, he had nothing to worry about. Regarding this point, the commander of the human fleet, Admiral Naples, was also well aware. He indeed suspected that what the other party said about Prince Xian being in the cabin of the Demon King was just an empty city strategy. However, because the safety of Prince Xian was too important, Naples didn't dare to gamble at all. At this moment, Chuan Time, in the command of the Royal Race Fleet, in the Royal Race Fleet's flagship, the higher-ups of the Human Race Fleet, were all deep in their minds, thinking. There were at least 1,000 people in the spaceship fleet base city. Surrounding the command cabin hall were all sorts of precision instruments. A small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters was far superior to a large fortress with a diameter of 10,000 meters and a giant fortress with a diameter of 20,000 meters in terms of basic functions. It also has many functions that the previous two bastions didn't have. That's why there were so many instruments and facilities. Among the thousands of people in the command cabin on the top floor, more than half of them were technical elites wearing the uniform of the Immortal Army. There were only 700 to 800 of them, but they were able to control the operation of the small fortress. This kind of elite skill was not something a normal army could compare to. Perhaps they were second only to the Tianji clan, who had a natural advantage in controlling machines. Apart from that, there were about 100 people in the command center of the hall. They were all high-ranking military officers of the Immortal Army. They were all Naples think tanks. Among them, there were a few figures in casual clothes. The Purplish Warbler was one of them. Although the Purplish Warbler was a direct descendant of the Xianyuan family in the Heavenly Underworld Empire, which was one of the three empires under the Immortal Dynasty, her identity and background were far from enough to establish a relationship with the higher-ups of the Immortal Army, which was directly under the Immortal Dynasty. The reason why she appeared in the command cabin on the top floor of the small fortress was very simple. On that day, when the Purplish Warbler realized that the Immortal Dynasty would definitely make a move, he immediately left the Heavenly Underworld Imperial Capital and paid a great price to use the interstellar transmission array to rush to the Heavenly Dust Empire's capital and then to the Heavenly River Star from the Heavenly Dust Star. If the fleets of the immortal human dynasties wanted to enter the first universe, they would have to go through this natural wormhole in the domain of the falling domain. Not long after, the elite fleet of the Immortal Army arrived. While the fleet was stopping at the Sky River planet to resupply, the Purplish Warbler took the initiative to look for the fleet and requested to accompany them. She also expressed that she was friends with Prince Xian. Before Prince Xian's accident, she was with him. Moreover, her maid was with Prince Xian now.
the two of them had gone missing together because of an accident. More importantly, she had some understanding of Prince Xian. At least, although Prince Xian had the ability to refine weapons and was extremely powerful, his personal battleship seemed to have been integrated with a small personal battleship that belonged to the purplish warbler later on. Therefore, even if Prince Xian refined his personal battleship later on, as long as it retained some of the characteristics of the purplish warbler's battleship, she would definitely be able to tell at a glance. Therefore, bringing her along might be of great help in finding Prince Xian in the first universe. The purplish warbler didn't mean to lie. In fact, Yi Xian had been recognized as Prince Xian of the Immortal dynasty for a long time. Even if she told the truth, she wouldn't be liked. In order to follow the fleet to the first universe, she could only go with the flow and make the best of her mistake. She also thought that Yi Xian was the so-called Prince Xian. As for how to resolve this misunderstanding when Yi Xian returned in the future, that was no longer a problem for the purplish warbler to consider. To her, finding Yi Xian and Lulua was the most important thing at the moment. At this moment, when Chana's tough response was received by the small fortress of the sky-cleaving warship, the commander-in-chief of the human fleets, Admiral Naples, was immediately enraged and flew into a rage on the spot. Chana's, right? The commander of the demonic imperial guards of the demonic imperial planet. Although this is the first time I've come into contact with you, I've heard of your great name. You actually dare to be so tough in the face of the super annihilation cannon of the small fortress. You've really impressed me. As he sneered, Naples raised his hand and pointed at the black mosquito planet in the void of the star field thousands of miles ahead. He shouted in a deep voice, "Sky-cleaving warship, super annihilation cannon order. Target, black mosquito planet. Fire with all your might, 10 consecutive shots. Obliterate this demonic planet for this general." Hearing this, the hundreds of strategists of the Immortal army trembled violently and turned to look at each other in horror. Chapter 30:14. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. The surprising appearance of Prince Xian. Boom, boom. 10 huge pillars of white light shot out, each with a diameter of 20,000 meters. The interval between them was only about 10 seconds. In less than 2 minutes, the 10 energy light pillars had all been blasted out. The super annihilation cannon's energy pillars shot out from a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters were too terrifying. Even if it was a small meteor with a diameter of 20,000 meters, once it was shot out, the meteor that was enveloped by the energy pillar would be instantly vaporized and disappear. At this moment, the 10 energy pillars were shot out in a short period of time at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they had already entered the atmosphere of the black mosquito star and were heading for the land of the star. Before that, among the royal fleet of the Demon-kin fleet hovering outside the atmosphere of the black mosquito planet, there were 6 stellar-level warships that were 3,000 meters long, 3 smaller fortresses that were 5,000 meters long, and 1 large fortress that was 10,000 meters in diameter. They were all turned into giant fireballs by the roaring energy pillars. In the blink of an eye, they were all burned into nothingness. This was clearly intentional. Not to mention the 3,000-meter-long stellar-level warships and the 5,000-meter-long and 10,000-meter-long fortresses, even the 20,000-meter-long giant fortresses would only end up being destroyed in one shot under the terrifying energy pillars of the super annihilation cannon. F***CK. This is crazy. Who is the commander of this human fleet? Could it be that he was crazy? His methods are too tough. Among the hundreds of lieutenant generals in the Immortal army, I can't find such an iron-blooded hawk. Could it be an admiral? Inside the giant fortress of the Demon King, Chana's face instantly turned pale. As he exclaimed, he immediately gave a series of orders. What are you waiting for? Damn it. You bunch of idiots. Run now. Run now. If the enemy fleet's overall commander is really an immortal general, his cultivation level definitely surpasses the Grotto Heaven realm. Not to mention this kind of super annihilation cannon, as long as he is willing, he alone can attack the Devil King. While the enemy is still worried about us fighting to the death and hasn't reacted yet, we must run now. Damn it. Move at full speed now. The entire fleet, scatter and escape, boom. Boom. As the Imperial Demonkin fleet began to scatter and flee, an earth-shattering explosion rang out from the Black Mosquito Star land beneath the fleet. The energy beam of the super annihilation cannon with a diameter of 20,000 meters was too terrifying, and it was not randomly scattered. Naples' instructions were very clear. The ultimate goal was to completely obliterate the main star of the Demonkin tribe. Although there were only 10 energy light pillars with a diameter of 20,000 meters, it was impossible for them to vaporize the Black Mosquito Star like they vaporized a small meteor. After all, it was a massive planet. However, the operators of the cannons on the small fortress of the Heaven Cutter were the best of the best. According to their calculations and deductions, it was not a problem for them to destroy a colossal object like the Black Mosquito Star with 10 energy beams. At this moment, as the 10 energy light pillars exploded, the entire Black Mosquito Star, which was engulfed in a cloud of dust, failed to escape the fate of being obliterated. The huge celestial body fell apart and turned into 3 huge pieces of cosmic dust with irregular shapes. It no longer had the shape of a natural celestial body. Even the atmosphere that originally covered the entire Black Mosquito Star completely dissipated and became a mess in this huge explosion. At this point, the Black Mosquito Star had fallen. One of the main stars of the 10 Demonkin tribes had disappeared forever in the long river of history. Although almost all the people on the Black Mosquito Star had evacuated in advance, Zuo Fengtai, the chief priest of the Black Mosquito tribe, Hui Gulei, the chief priest of the Black Mosquito tribe, and dozens of their trusted subordinates, as well as Yi Xian and the wretched mosquito butcher, were still there. The moment the 10 super annihilation cannons' energy light pillars bombarded them, a group of people gathered together. When they saw the terrifying energy light pillars whistling over, their expressions changed completely, and they cried out involuntarily in alarm. So ruthless and cruel? Who is the commander of the human fleet? This is too swift and decisive. Even Yi Xian was startled. Without thinking, he raised his hand and summoned the purple cave shuttle. With a thought, he opened the cabin door and said, "Everyone, get in. This small warship of mine is an epic-level treasure in the starry sky. Its speed is no slower than that of a huge fortress with a diameter of 20,000 meters. Other things aside, it's not a problem for us to escape." Hearing that it was an epic-level small private warship in the starry sky, Zuo Fengtai and Hui Gulei were stunned, including themselves. They had noticed that Yi Xian's warship was not ordinary, but they had never expected it to be so freakish. The Demonkin tribe was not good at technological innovation. In terms of warships, it was rare to see a legendary warship in the starry sky, let alone epic-level warships in the starry sky. Only the Tianji tribe, who had a natural advantage in technological production, and the human tribe, who had amazing creativity, could have such a thing. Soon, everyone, including the wretched mosquito killer, entered the Dongshu shuttle. So did Hui Gulei, Zuo Fengtai, and their trusted subordinates. Although they also had small private warships, compared to Yi Xian's Dongshu shuttle, they were not 1 or 2 levels lower. At this time, a large warship was too eye-catching and would become a target for the human fleet. Only this kind of small warship, which was hundreds of meters long, was the best means of escape. Yi Xian was the last one to enter the Dongshu shuttle. As he stepped in, the Dongshu shuttle, which was full of purple light, immediately whizzed away and rushed out of the Black Mosquito Star, which seemed to be splitting the sky and earth, and the scene of the violent explosion was horrifying. Moreover, as the energy of the super annihilation cannon was far too terrifying, not only had the Black Mosquito celestial body been blasted apart, but even the surrounding space had shaken. As a result, the Dongshu shuttle did not activate its concealment formation. Under its extreme speed, the entire shuttle turned into a gorgeous violet streak of light that shot through space. This speed shocked even General Naples, who was staring at the huge holographic 3D screen on the small fortress of the heaven-cleaving ship. He whispered in surprise, "Huh? This speed? I didn't expect the demon tribe to have such a stunning small warship. This warship is at least at the epic star level." It had to be said that as the general of the Eternal Dynasty, his vision was extremely sharp. Hearing this, the purplish warbler couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. He subconsciously looked at the warship. Then, his expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed in shock, "This warship clearly has the shadow of my purple lightning shuttle. The hull and color of the warship are similar. It's him. Prince Xian has appeared." The entire top-level command cabin of the heaven-cleaving ship was in an uproar. Everyone was excited at this moment. Chapter 30:15. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. How did he do it? Are you sure? In the command cabin on the top floor of the sky-cleaving ship, everyone was rejoicing. As the commander-in-chief of the fleet, Admiral Naples, who was usually the strictest and would reprimand his subordinates in such a situation, didn't care at all this time. Everyone was excited and happy from the bottom of their hearts, including him. At this moment, the Neapolitan admiral was so excited that his entire body was trembling slightly. His face was filled with surprise as he turned his head to look at Xianyuan Ziying, who had caused such a huge commotion with just a few words. His voice was filled with ecstasy as he said, "Girl, this is not a joke. Confirm it again." "There's no need to confirm it again. That's my purple lightning shuttle. How can I not recognize it?" Back on the Sky River planet, Prince Xian bought it and refined it himself, integrating it into his private battleship. Later on, I saw it in the Sky River sector. Although it has changed a little, it's more or less the same. There's no way I'd mistake it. At this moment, the purplish warbler was also very excited. Looking at the small private battleship that had turned into a stunning purple rainbow, her eyes were full of stars. Towards the end of her sentence, she was almost muttering to herself, "Looking at the appearance of this battleship, it's obviously been refined at least once. I didn't expect it to be at the epic star level now. I didn't guess wrong back then. His ability to refine weapons is at least at the master level, or even beyond that." At the side, many military officers, including Admiral Naples, were stunned. The former even exclaimed softly, "What? You're saying that this epic star-level small private battleship was refined by Prince Xian himself?" One had to know that in the Immortal dynasty of the human race's science and technology camp, any array master or weapon master was definitely in existence with extraordinary status. Being able to reach the master level in these two fields was definitely not something that could be achieved through hard work. It was related to talent. A weapon refiner who can refine an epic star-level battleship is definitely not just at the master level. He's at least at the master level. Prince Xian is indeed amazing. My trip to the first universe was not in vain. After confirming that the small private battleship that had turned into a purple rainbow at an astonishing speed belonged to Prince Xian, and that this battleship had clearly been personally refined by him time and time again to reach its current starry sky epic grade, Admiral Naples became even more excited. Immediately, he gave the order. The entire fleet is to follow them immediately. At the same time, connect to the communication system of that purple battleship and reveal our identities to Prince Xian. As for the fleets of the Imperial clan that escaped, we don't have to bother with them for the time being. The most important thing now is to meet up with Prince Xian." The order was quickly passed down. All 11 bastions of the human fleet moved at full speed and chased after the Dongxiu shuttle, which had turned into a streak of purple light. Since the completion of the last fusion, the Dongxiu shuttle had reached the epic starry sky rank in terms of grade. The current speed of the Dongxiu shuttle was indeed astonishing. After all the kinetic energy was poured into its speed, even a large fortress with a diameter of 10,000 meters could not compare to it. It could even reach the maximum speed of a giant fortress with a diameter of 20,000 meters.
Under such circumstances, even Chenosi's Imperial Demon Fleet would not be able to keep up with the Dongshu shuttle. At the very most, only the flagship, the Demon Ruler, would not lose sight of it. However, the 11 bastions of this human fleet were all giant fortresses with diameters of more than 20,000 meters. There was even a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. Faced with such pursuers, even the Dongshu shuttle would not be able to shake them off. The 11 bastions of the human race continued to follow closely behind the Dongshu shuttle. Moreover, the Dongshu shuttle received the communication message from the flagship, the Heaven Cutter, immediately. The other party's meaning was very simple and clear. They stated their identity and purpose of entering the Demon Star region in the first universe. They requested Prince Xian to return with them. As a trial prince of the Immortal dynasty of the human race's technological faction, and as the voice of the entire human race and even the 10,000 Luo Federation was so loud, it was no longer suitable for Prince Xian to continue staying here. In this message, Naples also stated his identity as the general of the Immortal army. At the same time, he conveyed the order from the higher-ups of the Immortal dynasty. Prince Xian's ultimate trial was completed. He was ordered to return to the royal family immediately and accept the arrangements of the dynasty. This clearly meant that they were going to entrust him with important tasks and nurture him vigorously. With Prince Xian's current reputation in the entire human race and the 10,000 Luo Federation, as well as the fact that he had not only completed the ultimate trial of the royal family, but also obtained such an impressive result, once he returned to the Immortal dynasty of the human race, he was almost destined to soar. From then on, he would no longer be an unknown descendant of the royal family. Instead, he would become one of the few people in the Immortal dynasty's younger generation who could walk on the stage and command the wind and clouds. He could be considered to have officially stepped onto the glorious path of competing for the throne of the dynasty. However, all of this had a huge flaw for Yi Xian. He was not the real Prince Xian. Although he knew that he would definitely have a bright future if he returned with this elite fleet of the human race, it all belonged to Prince Xian. It had nothing to do with Yi Xian. If he really returned with Naples, the outcome would be extremely bad. Impersonating a prince was a huge crime, and Yi Xian could not bear it. However, from the tone of this Naples general, it seemed that he had already confirmed Yi Xian's identity and was determined to bring him back to the Immortal dynasty. Yi Xian's Dongshu shuttle was unable to shake off the other party for the time being. As such, it was as if a dead end had been formed. Apart from thinking of ways to make the other party give up, Yi Xian had no other choice. The best way to make the other party give up was to deny his identity as Prince Xian. If that was the case, the other party would naturally stop chasing him. As soon as he thought of this, Yi Xian immediately sent a reply to the small fortress of the heaven-cleaving ship. Furthermore, as he was in a hurry, he even sent a few voice messages. The content was very simple: I'm not Prince Xian. I'm the new holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe, Jianghu. You've got the wrong person. Can you stop chasing me? Under normal circumstances, the human fleet would obviously not continue chasing him after such a reply. This was because Prince Xian had no need to deny his identity at all. However, what Yi Xian did not expect was that there was someone in the command cabin on the top floor of the heaven-cleaving ship that could recognize his voice. That person was the Purplish Warbler. At this moment, as Yi Xian's voice message appeared in the command cabin, the Purplish Warbler immediately exclaimed, "Brother Yi, it's really his voice." But, why did he deny his identity and call himself the Holy Son of the Demon Tribe?